You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I took a job as a parking attendant, and one car has been running for days. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I noticed was the exhaust, not the car itself, not even the sound of the engine, which had become part of the garage by then. A low, steady chug under the fluorescent lights and dripping pipes. It was the exhaust, pale and thin, puffing from the tailpipe of a black Cadillac Escalade parked crooked in B4, nosed toward the concrete wall like somebody had pulled in too fast and changed their mind halfway through being careful. The vapor curled through the cold air, touched the yellow parking stripe, and came apart near my shoes. I stood there with a clipboard in one hand and a half-eaten vending machine, honey bun in the other, trying to remember whether I had already written that plate number down. My name is Daniel Mercer. I'm 29, male, and at the time I was living in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in a one-bedroom above a laundromat on Penn Avenue that made all my clothes smell faintly like dryer sheets and hot metal. I had taken the overnight parking attendant job at the Alton Center garage because I needed something steady and quiet. That was the pitch anyway. Sit in a booth, scan tickets, walk the levels every hour. Don't argue with drunks. Don't sleep on camera. Easy money if you didn't mind the hours. I minded them. I just minded eviction more. The Alton Center sits downtown, not far from Liberty Avenue, in that part of Pittsburgh where the buildings look clean at street level and tired everywhere above the second floor. Offices, law firms, a dental surgery place, 2 restaurants that closed before my shift even started, and a gym that glowed blue at 3 in the morning because people with expensive shoes apparently liked deadlifting, while the rest of us were trying to stay alive financially. The garage went down 6 levels beneath it, all ribbed concrete, low ceilings, orange columns, and blind corners that made every tire squeal sound closer than it was. On B4, the Escalade ticked and breathed. I checked my clipboard. B4, row C, I muttered. Black Cadillac, PA plate. The plate was dirty, the kind of road salt grime that gets baked on in January. I stepped closer and wiped the edge of it with my thumb. My glove came away gray and wet. There it was, KXC 4189. I had written it down the night before, and the night before that. The realization didn't hit like anything dramatic. It just arranged itself neatly in my head and sat there, unwanted. Same spot, same car, same engine running. From the ramp above me came the whine of a descending vehicle, tires humming over the grooved concrete. I moved out of the lane and tucked the clipboard under my arm like I was doing something normal, like checking an idling luxury. SUV 4 floors underground at 2:17 a.m. was part of the job. The headlights appeared around the turn, too bright for a second, then swung away. It was only Marnie's maintenance cart, a squat electric thing with a plastic windshield, 2 trash bags tied to the back, and a squeaky front wheel that announced her before she arrived. Marnie Kowalski was 46, female, and she had worked cleaning contracts in downtown Pittsburgh long enough to know which stairwells people used as bathrooms, and which security guards were too lonely to stop talking once they started. She wore her silver hair in a tight braid tucked through the back of a penguin's cap, and she had a way of looking at a mess like it had personally disappointed her. She was from McKees Rocks, divorced, practical in the way people get when life has repeatedly handed them bills instead of explanations. She slowed the cart beside me and followed my stare. "That thing's still on?" she asked. I tried not to sound relieved that someone else noticed. "You've seen it too. I've smelled it for 2 nights. She wrinkled her nose. "Thought one of the drains was backing up until I came down here yesterday." The Escalade's engine idled with a patient, expensive murmur. Not loud. That was part of what made it easy to ignore. It didn't roar or cough. It didn't sound sick. It sounded like it was waiting for a valet who had gone inside to grab something and never returned. "Maybe remote start," I said, "for 2 days. Some of those systems are weird." Marnie looked at me. "Yeah," I said, "okay, not that weird." She leaned an elbow against the cart's cracked steering wheel. Her gloves were yellow rubber, the fingers darkened from mop water. "You call it in." "To who?" "Your boss, Danny." I hated when she called me Danny, but not enough to correct her. "Ralph doesn't answer after midnight unless something's on fire. Looks like it could be on fire soon enough. It's not overheating. You a mechanic now?" "No." "Then call." A calm moment settled between us, or something pretending to be calm. Above us, water moved through a pipe with a hollow rush. Somewhere higher in the garage, a door slammed and echoed down through the stairwell in flat, repeating knocks. The Escalade's exhaust kept touching the concrete and folding apart. I pulled my phone from my jacket pocket. 1 bar. The garage ate signal like a cave. I stepped toward the ramp until the bar flickered into 2 and called Ralph. It rang 6 times. "Yeah." Ralph's voice came through thick and irritated, like I had reached him inside a pillow. Ralph Donnelly was 58, male, the garage operations manager, though operations mostly meant he handled scheduling, complaints, and telling people there was no budget for repairs. He was from Eerie originally, wore reading glasses on a chain, and always looked like he had just finished eating something greasy in his car. Ralph believed almost any problem could be solved by waiting until someone else cared more. "Ralph, it's Daniel. I'm on B4. There's a vehicle down here that's been idling for maybe a couple days." Silence, then, a couple days. "I logged it yesterday. Same spot. Marnie says she noticed it too. Is there somebody in it?" I looked at the tinted windows. They reflected the fluorescence in greenish strips. "I can't tell. You knock." "No." "Why not?" That question was stupid enough to make me stare at the phone. "Because it's 2 a.m. and there might be somebody sleeping in a running car. People sleep in cars, usually not with the engine on for days." Marnie was watching me with one eyebrow raised. Ralph sighed. I heard bedsheets rustle, then the tiny clink of what might have been his glasses hitting a nightstand. "Plate." I gave it to him. "Probably monthly, Parker," he said. "Can you check? Not from home." "So what do you want me to do? Put a notice on it?" "A notice?" "Yeah, violation notice. Running vehicle unattended. Safety hazard. Leave it under the wiper. I glanced at the Escalade. Its windshield was black and glossy, beaded with condensation on the inside near the lower edge. Not outside, inside. My stomach tightened around that honey bun. There's moisture on the inside of the glass, I said. So maybe someone S in there. Then knock and ask them to turn it off. Marnie mouthed, don't. I lowered the phone. I don't love that idea. Ralph's voice sharpened. Daniel, it's a parking garage, not a crime scene. If there's an emergency, call 911. If there's not, do the job. The line clicked dead. I stood with the phone still against my ear, listening to nothing. Marnie sniffed. Helpful. He said put a notice on it. Of course he did. I slid the phone back into my pocket. My fingers felt clumsy inside the gloves. It was cold down there, not winter air cold, but underground cold, damp and steady. The concrete held it. The metal handrails held it. Even the paper on my clipboard felt soft from it. The booth phone rang upstairs. Both of us looked toward the ramp. That yours? Marnie asked. Has to be. Maybe Ralph grew a conscience. Ralph would have to invoice himself for it first. She almost smiled. I walked up from B4 to B3, then B2, taking the ramp because the stairwell smelled like old beer and bleach. The booth sat at street level in a glass box between the entrance and exit lanes, with a rolling chair whose padding had split open, and a space heater I wasn't supposed to use because it tripped the breaker if the gate arm moved at the same time. The phone rang in short, ugly bursts. When I picked up, a woman said, "Is this the garage?" Her voice was tight, but polished. Office voice. Somebody used to sounding calm while angry. Yes, ma'am. Alton Center Garage. I'm calling about my husband's vehicle. Small pressure started behind my eyes. Okay. It's a black Cadillac Escalade. Pennsylvania plate KXC. 4189, I finished before I could stop myself. She went quiet. I turned away from the glass, though there was no one outside except a delivery cyclist waiting at the red light on Smithfield Street. Yes, it's here. Is he there? The question came too fast, like she had been holding it in her mouth. I'm not sure, I said carefully. The vehicle is parked on B4. But is he there? I haven't confirmed whether anyone is inside the vehicle. Why not? There it was again. I rubbed my forehead with my thumb. Ma'am, can I get your name? Claire Whitcomb. Claire Whitcomb was 34, female, from Sewickley, and I only knew that later. But even on the phone, I could hear money in the little spaces between her words. Not cartoon money, not snob money, just the clipped confidence of someone who had spent her life expecting forms to be processed, calls to be returned, and people to explain delays with apologies. Underneath it, though, something raw kept breaking through. Claire, I said, when did you last speak with your husband? Thursday night. It was early Sunday morning. What's his name? Evan Whitcomb. Does he work in the building? He had a dinner near there, downtown. He said he was parking there because he didn't want to deal with valet. The booth felt smaller. The heater clicked at my feet, blowing dusty warmth against my shins. Did you file a missing person report? I asked. She exhaled. It was sharp enough to crackle the receiver. I called the police Friday. They said adults are allowed to leave. They took the information, but she stopped. His phone goes straight to voicemail. His assistant says he missed meetings. That doesn't happen. On the monitor to my left, 4 grainy camera feeds showed the entrance, the exit, B1 near the elevators, and B3 by the pay station. We didn't have a working camera on B4. Ralph had mentioned that during training as if it were a fun quirk and not a liability. Mrs. Whitcomb, Claire, the car is running. I know, the app shows it running. I looked at the phone, then at the monitor, like either might explain that sentence. She continued, words spilling faster now. The Cadillac app. It still shows the vehicle location. It says engine on, doors locked, fuel low. Then it updates and says fuel okay again. And I don't understand that. I don't understand how that's possible. A sound came from the entrance lane, the gate arm lifting. A silver sedan rolled in, stopped at the ticket dispenser, and the driver jabbed the button too many times before the ticket came out. Normal things kept happening. That was the part I hated. The world did not pause when something was wrong. It just kept charging hourly rates. Have you contacted OnStar or Cadillac? I asked. Yes. They won't unlock it for me remotely unless police request it, because my name isn't primary on the account. I'm on the insurance. I'm his wife. But apparently that's not enough for them to keep my husband from. She stopped again. This time, she didn't fill the silence. I knew what she was not saying. My father had died in a garage. Not like that. Not in a mystery. Nothing with tinted windows or luxury apps or engines running for days. He had been a mechanic in Altoona, and when I was 17, a lift failed while he was under a Ford F-150. The official language was blunt and clean. Crush injuries, mechanical failure, pronounced at scene. My mother said he probably hadn't had time to be scared, which was the kind of mercy people invent because the truth has no manners. Since then, I had been bad around cars in enclosed spaces. I could handle them moving, passing, parked, normal. But a closed garage with an engine running too long made some old animal part of me start counting exits. Are you still there? Claire asked. Yeah, I said. My voice came out rough. I cleared it. I'm here. Can you please look? Outside the booth, the silver sedan found its way down the ramp. Its tires squealed faintly as it turned. I thought about Ralph telling me to do the job. I thought about Marnie on B4, probably pretending to wipe down elevator buttons while keeping one eye on that Escalade. I thought about Claire Whitcomb sitting somewhere with a phone in her hand, watching an app refresh like it could tell her whether her life had already split into before and after. I can go down and check from outside, I said. I can't force entry. I'm not asking you to force entry. She absolutely was. She just knew not to phrase it that way. Do you want me to call police? I asked. I already did. Tonight. No, Friday. That's different. The booth phone cord twisted around my wrist. I unwound it slowly. Please, she said, quieter now. He wouldn't do this. Evan can be careless, but he wouldn't just leave it running. He wouldn't miss calls from our daughter. I know how that sounds. Everyone thinks they know, but I do. There are moments when you can feel yourself approaching a line that looks boring from a distance. Not a cliff, not a locked door, just a line on the floor. Step over it, and later you'll wish you had noticed your foot lifting. I'll check, I said. Can you stay on the phone? The answer should have been no. We had rules about personal calls on the booth line, rules about leaving the booth unattended, rules about not escalating situations without management approval. The rules were taped to the cabinet beside the lost ticket forms, curling at the corners from old adhesive. "Give me your number," I said. "I'll call you from my cell when I'm down there." She gave it to me twice. I wrote it on the back of a blank violation notice. When I hung up, my hand had started to ache from gripping the pen too hard. I grabbed the flashlight from under the counter, checked that it worked, then hesitated over the drawer where we kept the orange wheel chocks, zip ties, and a first aid kit missing half its contents. There was also a heavy metal ticket spike base Ralph used as a paperweight. I looked at it longer than I should have. Then I left it there. By the time I got back to B4, Marnie had parked her cart behind a concrete pillar, not close to the Escalade, but close enough to see it. She had turned the cart lights off. Only the overhead fluorescents lit the row now, and one of them buzzed with a trapped insect sound, flickering every few seconds. "You were gone a while," she said. "Owner's wife called." Marnie's expression changed. "Not much, just enough. And says her husband's missing. Car app shows the engine running." Marnie looked at the SUV. "Jesus, I'm going to call her back and look through the windows. You should call 911. I will if I see something. You should call before you see something." That sounded right. It also sounded like a door opening onto paperwork, Ralph. Cops asking why I waited, Claire asking why they wouldn't move faster. Maybe nothing at all behind the glass, except an empty leather seat, and some weird software glitch I'd be mocked for until I quit. I hated that this mattered to me. Being embarrassed, being wrong, wasting people's time. My private flaw wasn't bravery or cowardice exactly. It was that I had spent so long trying not to be a problem for anyone that I sometimes let problems grow teeth before I admitted they were there. Marnie softened a little. Daniel, she said, and that was worse because she meant it. Carbon monoxide's not a ghost story. If somebody's in there, every minute matters. If nobody's in there, police can tell you you're an idiot and you go home alive. The Escalade gave a subtle shudder, like the engine had adjusted itself. Fan kicked on under the hood with a dry mechanical whir. Both of us stopped talking. Then came a sound from inside the vehicle. Not a scream, not a voice. A phone vibrating against a hard surface. BZZZT, BZZZT, BZZZT. It pulsed 3 times, stopped, then started again. Faint but distinct through the sealed doors and steady engine. Marnie whispered, "Tell me you heard that." I had already pulled out my cell. No signal. I raised it higher, like an idiot, turning toward the ramp. 1 bar blinked, vanished, returned. From inside the Escalade, the phone kept vibrating. BZZZT, BZZZT. I stepped closer. The driver's side window was too dark to see through straight on, so I angled my flashlight against it. The beams scattered across tinted glass, showing only my own face stretched pale and tired over the reflection of the garage. Marnie stayed by the pillar. "Don't touch it, I'm not." But I was close enough now to smell more than exhaust. Hot plastic, damp upholstery, something sweet underneath, like an air freshener losing a fight. The phone stopped vibrating. A second later, the Escalade's brake lights lit up red. The whole row changed color. Concrete, pillars, Marnie's yellow gloves, my hands. I stumbled back so fast my shoulder hit the neighboring car's mirror, folding it inward with a plastic clack. No one spoke. The brake lights stayed on. Then they went dark. Marnie's voice came thin and controlled. "Daniel, we're calling police." I nodded, but I was looking at the windshield. Low on the passenger side, in the fogged interior glass, there was a narrow cleared streak, about 3 inches long, as if something had dragged across it from the inside. Maybe condensation had run. Maybe the defroster had shifted the air. Maybe the brake lights were some automatic system, some failing sensor, some luxury car feature I didn't understand, because I had never owned anything newer than a 2008 Corolla with a passenger door that only opened from the outside. All of it was explainable. That was the worst part. I backed away until I stood beside Marnie. My phone had one bar again. "Call," she said. I looked at the screen. Claire Whitcomb's number was still on the violation slip in my other hand. Emergency services would ask questions. Claire would ask what I saw. Ralph would say I overreacted. The person in that SUV, if there was a person, had already been in there far too long for my hesitation to make sense. The engine kept running. I had 2 choices in that moment. Go upstairs where the signal was better and call 911 from the booth, leaving the Escalade alone for another few minutes, or stay on B4, close enough to hear if it made that vibrating sound again, and have Marnie go for help while I kept watch. Neither felt safe. Neither felt like enough. Marnie held out her hand for my phone. "Decide," she said, and from inside the locked SUV, something clicked. Not loud, just a small, precise sound, like a door trying to unlock. The click came again, not from the locks this time. Lower, deeper inside the door, a little electric clack that made the Escalade feel less like a parked vehicle and more like an animal shifting in its sleep. Marnie's hand stayed out between us, palm up. Phone. I gave it to her before I could talk myself out of it. She took 2 steps toward the ramp, lifting the phone like she could pull a signal down from the ceiling. The screen lit her face from below, catching the grooves beside her mouth, the tired shine in her eyes. "1 bar," she said. "Maybe. Call 911. That's what I'm doing." I stayed where I was, halfway between her cart and the Escalade, flashlight pointed at the ground, because I didn't want to see my own warped reflection in the tinted glass again. The engine idled in a smooth loop. The fan under the hood wound down, then kicked up again with a dry whir. Somewhere behind us, the elevator cables groaned inside the wall. Marnie pressed the phone to her ear. "Come on, come on." The call failed. She looked at the screen. "Damn it, try again." "I am trying again." The second attempt didn't even connect. The signal dropped to nothing, and my phone showed the little empty triangle that always made me feel like we were under a mountain instead of beneath an office building. "We need the booth line," I said. "You go. I should stay with the car." "Why?" "So it doesn't run away." I almost snapped back, but the Escalade clicked again, and both of us shut up. A new sound joined the idling, a faint intermittent chirp from somewhere near the ceiling. 1 short beep, then a pause. Another beep. It took me a second to place it because I had heard it during training and then never again. Carbon monoxide alarm, not the full alarm. The trouble chirp, maybe, or the early warning. The one mounted above the elevator lobby on B4, yellowed plastic, screwed into concrete, probably older than my Corolla. Marnie heard it too. That working? I don't know. You don't know. Ralph said they test them. When? I don't know, Marnie. The chirp came again, sharp and tiny, almost polite. That was the concrete, time-sensitive problem, though I didn't understand its shape yet. We had a running car 4 levels underground, maybe with a missing man inside, maybe not. We had bad cell signal, a questionable detector, and 2 overnight workers with no authority, no master key to the vehicle, and a manager who would rather tape a notice to danger than admit danger had arrived. If carbon monoxide was building down here, Marnie and I could not stand around debating procedure. If someone was alive in that SUV, every minute was not just dramatic language. Every minute had weight. We go upstairs, I said, both of us. Marnie stared at me. And leave it. What are we supposed to do? Babysit exhaust? You said his wife called. I know what I said. If that was my daughter in there, we don't know anyone's in there. That's exactly why we call. I'm calling from the booth. I'll stay. No, her expression hardened. Don't tell me no like I'm one of your gate arms. I'm telling you no because that detector is chirping. It chirps when the battery's bad. It's hardwired. Then maybe the whole thing's bad. Maybe it is. She shifted her weight, annoyed because I had found one argument she couldn't sweep aside. Then the Escalade's brake lights flashed again. Red flooded the row, quick this time. On and off, Marnie said, somebody's pressing the pedal. Or the electrical system's messed up. You believe that? I don't know what I believe. The worst part was that I wasn't lying. I could build explanations. Luxury cars did strange things. Remote apps glitched. Batteries drained and electronics acted haunted in perfectly mechanical ways. Condensation could streak. Brakes could light during a security reset. Doors could click if the vehicle sensed the key fob nearby. Maybe Evan Whitcomb had left the key somewhere inside and walked away drunk. Maybe someone else had the fob. Maybe the car was empty and running because of a malfunction that would make 3 mechanics groan and say, yeah, those models do that sometimes. But my body wasn't interested in explanations. My body heard an engine underground and remembered my father's boots sticking out from under a truck, remembered my mother's hand on the kitchen counter, remembered how adults lowered their voices around me like volume could soften facts. I hated garages because machines did not care how much you begged them to stop. Marnie took a step closer to the SUV. Don't, I said. I'm looking. You told me not to touch it. I'm not touching it. She angled her head toward the rear side window and shaded her eyes with one yellow glove. The engine note changed slightly, dipping and returning, the way an idling car sometimes does when the heater kicks in. Marnie leaned closer. Too close. A horn blast ripped through the garage. Marnie shouted and jerked backward, hitting the concrete pillar with her shoulder. My flashlight beam jumped to the ceiling. The horn didn't stay on. It was one short blast, half a second, but underground it slammed around the level like a gunshot made of brass. Jesus, Marnie clutched her shoulder. Jesus Christ. I grabbed her arm. You okay? Don't grab me. Sorry, I'm fine. She wasn't fine. Her face had gone gray around the mouth, and her eyes were watering from the shock. The detector chirped again over our breathing. That was the alarm system, I said, but I didn't even convince myself. Marnie swallowed. Call from the booth. Now you agree? Don't get smug, I'm scared. Hearing her say it plainly did something to me. Marnie, who cleaned vomit from stairwells and yelled at drunk lawyers twice her size, was scared. Not theatrical scared, practical scared. The kind that moves your feet. We started up the ramp together. Halfway between B4 and B3, my phone rang in her hand. The sound startled us so badly we both stopped. She looked at the screen. Claire, answer it. Marnie handed me the phone like it had become hot. Claire, I said, did you see him? Her voice was ragged now. Less polished. Daniel, what's happening? We're going upstairs to call emergency services. Cell service is bad. You went down there? Yes. Is he inside? I couldn't see clearly. What does that mean? It means the windows are tinted and fogged. Fogged on the inside. She made a sound that was almost a word. I kept walking, faster now. Claire, listen to me. We heard something from the vehicle. The brake lights came on. We're calling 911 from the booth. No, you need to get him out. I can't open the car. Break the window. I can't just break the window. Her voice tore on the last word. Marnie looked at me, then away. I understand why you're saying that, I said, and hated myself for sounding like a customer service script. But I need police and fire here. They can force entry safely. There's no safely if he's been in there since Thursday. That landed between my ribs and stayed there. At the top of the ramp, my signal strengthened. The call sharpened. I could hear Claire breathing, some room tone behind her, maybe a television muted or a refrigerator humming. Normal house sounds. Her normal life waiting to learn whether it still existed. Are you at home? I asked. Yes. Do not drive here alone. I'm already getting dressed. Claire, you think I'm staying here? No. I think you need to call 911 too and tell them you're the owner's wife and he's missing. I did call again. Tell them the car is located, running, possibly occupied, and there may be carbon monoxide exposure in an underground garage. The sentence sounded official enough that I almost believed I was handling this. Okay, she whispered. Okay, please don't leave him. The line dropped before I could answer. Marnie and I reached the booth. Street beyond the glass looked wet and black, reflecting traffic lights in broken stripes. A city bus hissed at the curb half a block away. A man in a hoodie walked past eating from a white foam container, not looking at us. The outside world had air. That felt obscene. I grabbed the booth phone and dialed 911. The dispatcher answered on the second ring. Allegheny County 911. What's the address of your emergency? I gave the garage address and tried to keep my voice level. I said there was a running vehicle on B4, possibly occupied, linked to a missing person, with a carbon monoxide detector chirping. Saying it all together made it sound worse and more real. Are you with the vehicle now? The dispatcher asked. No, I'm at the booth, street level. Do not return to the lower level if you suspect carbon monoxide. I closed my eyes. There may be someone inside. Sir, do not return to the lower level. Is the garage being evacuated? Evacuated. The word opened a whole new problem. I looked at the monitor. 2 cars had entered in the last 20 minutes. One camera showed the elevator lobby on B1. A man in gym clothes walked toward the elevators, earbuds in, head down. Another feed showed the exit lane empty. B3 camera showed a parked sedan, no people. We have customers in the garage, I said. Can you activate ventilation? I looked at the control panel under the counter. 3 unlabeled switches. 1 for the gate. 1 for the booth heater outlet. One Ralph had told me not to touch because it made maintenance mad. There was also a key box on the wall, locked, with tags for electrical, sprinkler, roof access, and ventilation. The master key was not in the booth. Ralph kept it. I don't have access. Can you contact building maintenance? At this hour, maybe. Emergency responders are being dispatched. Pittsburgh Fire and Police. Stay on the line. Marnie was already moving. She grabbed the orange safety vest from the back of the chair and pulled it on over her coat. I'll stop cars going down. No, dispatcher said, don't go down. I'm not going down to B4. I'm going to the ramp. Marnie, if people are in there, somebody has to tell them to leave. The dispatcher heard her. Sir, is there another person with you? Yes, a cleaner, Marnie. Both of you should remain above ground if possible. Marnie gave a humorless laugh. Tell the lady on the phone that if possible is doing a lot of work. I repeated nothing. The dispatcher asked if the vehicle was visibly on fire, if anyone had threatened us, if we had weapons, if the owner was known to be suicidal. Each question felt like a hallway with more locked doors. I don't know, I kept saying. I don't know. Then the booth phone beeped with another incoming call. Ralph. His name appeared on the little caller ID screen in blocky black letters. I let it ring. Dispatcher said, Sir, are you able to contact the garage manager? He's calling now. Put him on if you can without disconnecting. I couldn't. The phone system was older than I was and had exactly 2 talents, ringing too loud and dropping calls if you breathed wrong. I'll use my cell, I said. My cell had 1 bar, but enough to call out. Ralph answered like he had been awake and angry for hours instead of minutes. What the hell is going on down there? I called 911. You what? The missing man's wife called. The car S still running. Carbon monoxide detector is chirping. Daniel, that detector chirps because the sensor S expired. Maintenance was supposed to replace it. Expired when? I don't know, last quarter. Ralph, don't take that tone with me. Did you put the notice on the car? I looked at the phone, genuinely unable to speak for a second. He continued, because if you called police before following procedure, corporate is going to ask. Corporate can come breathe the air on B4. Marnie looked over, her eyebrows lifted. Ralph went quiet. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. Listen to me very carefully. Do not say anything to police about the detector being expired. The booth seemed to tilt. What? You don't know that. You're not maintenance. You didn't inspect it. You just told me. I'm telling you not to make assumptions. That's not what this is. This is a liability issue now, you understand? If there's a vehicle running and our ventilation didn't kick on, that's a building issue. If you start telling responders equipment is bad when you don't know, there may be a person in that car. Then let responders handle it. They need access to ventilation controls. I'm coming in. How long? 25 minutes. Fire could arrive in 5. Police maybe sooner. 25 minutes was forever when the problem had turned from weird car into poison gas in a concrete box. Where's the ventilation key? I asked. In the lockbox. The lockbox is locked. Yes, Daniel, that is generally the purpose. Where's the key to the lockbox? I have it. Is there a spare? A pause. Ralph, in the management office, which is locked. Yes, with a keypad. Yes, code. I can't give you that. I laughed once too loud. The dispatcher's voice buzzed from the booth phone, asking if I was still there. You can't give me the code during an emergency. I can get fired for giving out access codes. Someone could die. Emergency responders have tools. That was true and useless. Behind us, tires squealed. A blue Subaru rolled down from street level toward B1, ignoring the orange cones stacked beside the entrance. Marnie slapped both hands on the glass. Hey, no. The driver didn't hear her. He had a knit cap pulled low, and music loud enough that the bass thumped through his closed windows. Marnie ran out of the booth. Marnie, I shouted. I still had Ralph on my cell and the dispatcher on the booth line, both voices talking at once. My brain tried to split itself in half and failed. I dropped Ralph's call. Sir, the dispatcher said, a car just entered, my coworker stopping it. Do not put yourself in danger. I leaned out of the booth door. Marnie stood in the entrance lane, waving both arms. The Subaru's brake lights flared. The driver honked, a short, irritated beep, then rolled down his window. You can't go down, she shouted. Emergency. I pay monthly, he yelled back. There's carbon monoxide. That got him. He turned his music down. What? Back up, out. I can't back into the street. He was right. Another car had pulled up behind him, a rideshare sedan with a glowing dash sign. Traffic on the street slid past in wet ribbons. The garage entrance was now blocked by 2 confused drivers. An exit gate that needed me to open it. Marnie standing in the lane. The dispatcher telling me to stay put. And a running Escalade below us, exhaling poison into bad air. Procedural failure, human impatience, bad infrastructure. Nothing supernatural needed. The ordinary world had plenty of sharp edges. I hit the manual gate override for the exit lane. The arm lifted with a tired mechanical groan. Have him loop through and exit, I called. Marnie waved the Subaru forward, pointing hard toward the exit. The driver yelled something I couldn't hear, but obeyed, cutting across the entrance apron and out through the raised gate. The rideshare driver followed, staring at me like I had personally ruined his night. Then the power flickered. Once, the booth lights dimmed, the monitor feeds rolled into static, and the gate arm froze halfway down. The space heater clicked off. Outside, the streetlight stayed on, so it wasn't the block. It was us. The garage emergency lights came alive in dull red strips along the ceiling. Somewhere deep below, a ventilation fan started or stopped with a heavy metallic thump. I couldn't tell which. The dispatcher's voice cut into fragments. Sir, stay responders outside. Then the booth phone went dead. I stared at the receiver. Marnie came back inside, breathing hard. Tell me that was not the whole garage. The monitors blinked back on one by one, but the feed from B3 was gone. B1 entrance flickered. exit lane froze on a still image of empty pavement. The elevator display above the lobby doors went black, then showed an angry red error code. From the ramp came a distant shout. A man's voice. Hello, not from outside, from below. Marnie and I turned toward the descending lanes. The voice came again, muffled by concrete, echoing up the spiral ramp. Hey, is somebody there? Customer trapped somewhere underground. Then another sound rose beneath it, sharper and more urgent. A car alarm. Not the Escalade's horn blast this time. A full alarm, whooping and chirping from B4 or lower, bouncing off every level until direction became meaningless. My phone buzzed in my hand. A text from Claire Whitcomb appeared on the screen. I'm in the garage. I came in through the stairwell. Where is B4? For 1 second, I could not move. Then Marnie said, very softly, Oh, she didn't. I called Claire, no connection. I texted back, leave now, do not go down, police fire coming. The message hung on sending, the alarm below kept screaming. The man underground shouted again, coughing this time. Hey, the elevator's out. Marnie reached for the flashlight. I caught her wrist. No, she looked at my hand, then at me. There are people down there, and carbon monoxide, and a woman walking toward the car because you told her where it was. I told her not to come, but she did. That was the moment my flaw stopped being private and became a problem with witnesses. I had tried to manage Claire, manage Ralph, manage myself. I had tried to avoid overreacting, avoid being blamed, avoid making the wrong call. In the space where action should have been, I had left just enough room for a desperate woman to enter an unsafe garage alone. Emergency responders were on the way, but Claire was already inside. The trapped man was already shouting. The alarm was already screaming. And down on B4, the Escalade had been running for days. Marnie pulled her wrist free, not roughly, but with finality. You can stay here and point at the rules when they find bodies, she said. Or you can help me get them out before the air decides for us. I looked at the dead booth phone, the frozen cameras, the half-lowered gate, then at the ramp curling down into red emergency light. My phone finally changed. Message failed to send. From somewhere below, a woman screamed Evan's name. Marnie and I ran toward the ramp. We took the ramp down because the elevator was dead, and the stairwell door had slammed itself locked behind Claire. That was my first mistake after deciding to help. The ramp looked different under emergency lighting. During normal power, the garage was ugly but understandable. Yellow lines, gray walls, greenish fluorescent strips, orange columns with numbers stenciled on them, with the main lights flickering and the red emergency strips glowing along the ceiling. Every level became a copy of the last one, with the details shaved off. The concrete seemed lower. The corners seemed tighter. The shadows under parked cars looked thick enough to hide tools, shoes, hands. Marnie moved faster than me at first, flashlight in one hand, her other hand skimming the wall to keep herself oriented. B4 is 2 levels down, she said. We clear B2, then B3, then B4. I know where B4 is. Then say it. What? Say where we are, out loud, helps you not panic. I'm not panicking. You're breathing like a leaf blower. I wanted to argue, but she was right. My breath was already too loud inside my own head. The air had changed since we'd gone up to the booth. not dramatically. It wasn't smoky. It didn't burn. That was what made it worse. Carbon monoxide doesn't announce itself with a horror movie fog. The garage still smelled mostly like old concrete, wet tires, trash bags, and the hot, faintly sweet exhaust from the Escalade drifting up in layers. B2, I said as we reached the first landing. We're on B2. The ramp made a wide square spiral around the elevator core. From street level, you drove down along the north wall, turned left at B1, went down again past the payment kiosk on B2, then circled to B3, where the camera used to work, then B4, where the Escalade sat in row C near the east wall, 20 yards from the elevator lobby and the stairwell door. Below B4 were B5 and B6, mostly monthly parking and storage cages, though Ralph liked to say, nobody goes down there unless they're hiding from a divorce attorney. At B2, a white Tesla sat crooked near the pay station with its driver's side door open. For half a second, the open door looked like someone had been yanked out. Then the hazard lights blinked, amber and ordinary, and a man's voice shouted from farther down, "Hello." "Hey." Marnie cupped her hands around her mouth. "Where are you?" "B3. I think B3. We ran." My bad knee started complaining halfway down the next slope. It did that in cold weather, a leftover from a warehouse job where I'd slipped carrying a pallet jack, and pretended I was fine because I needed the hours. By the time we reached B3, the ache had become a sharp little nail behind my kneecap. The unidentified customer stood by the elevator lobby, one hand pressed to the call button, even though the panel was dark. He was young, maybe early 30s, wearing running shorts under a long winter coat, with one earbud still in and the other dangling against his chest. His face shone with sweat despite the cold. He turned when our flashlight hit him. "Are you staff?" "Parking attendant," I said. "You need to come up with us." "I can't find my car." Marnie stared at him. "Your car can wait." "No, my dog is in it." That stopped us. His name was Owen Price, 31, male, a software contractor from Lawrenceville, who had come downtown to use the 24-hour gym in the Alton Center after a late work deadline. He was the kind of guy who looked like he tracked his water intake and apologized to waiters when the kitchen made a mistake. Had left his elderly beagle June in his Subaru for 15 minutes while he grabbed a forgotten gym bag from a locker, then got turned around when the power flickered and the elevator died. He kept insisting the dog had the window cracked, as if that fixed the part where he had brought an animal into an underground garage during a possible carbon monoxide incident. "I was only going to be a minute," he said. "She gets anxious at home during storms." "It isn't storming," Marnie said. "She doesn't know that if she hears traffic. We're not doing this." Owen pointed up the ramp, then down, confused. "I came from there, or maybe there. Everything looks the same." "What level did you park on?" I asked. "B2, I think. Maybe B3. Blue Subaru." His face changed. "You saw it. You drove in while we were blocking the lane. Marnie turned you around." "No, that wasn't me. I've been here since 1:30. Marnie and I looked at each other. The blue Subaru at the entrance had not been Owen. The garage had at least one more person who had entered and left during the emergency, or pretended to leave, or had never left at all. My mind tried to make that fact small. It wouldn't stay small. A car alarm whooped below us. 3 rising cries, a pause, then another burst. Owen flinched. "Is that my car?" "No," I said, though I had no reason to know. "We need to get you out first." "My dog, if June is on B2 or B3, we'll pass her on the way up," Marnie said, gentler than I expected. "But you standing here breathing whatever's in this air doesn't help her." That was our first attempt at solving the challenge. Get the civilian out, regain control, reduce the number of bodies in the maze. It should have been simple. Walk him up. Call again from street level. Wait for fire. We made it maybe 30 yards. At the turn from B3 toward B2, Owen stopped so abruptly, I almost ran into him. He bent over, hands on knees. "I feel weird," he said. Marnie grabbed his elbow. "We keep moving." "No, I'm dizzy." "Moving helps dizzy when the air is bad." "That doesn't make sense." "Neither does bringing a beagle to leg day, but here we are." He tried to laugh and coughed instead. The cough doubled him over. Not theatrical. Dry, shallow, scared. Marnie and I each took one of his arms and dragged more than walked him toward the ramp. That's when my phone buzzed again. 1 bar. A delayed voicemail notification from Claire. Not a call, a voicemail. I shouldn't have played it. But the screen lit in my hand, and Claire had screamed Evan's name somewhere below us, and some stupid part of me thought the voicemail might tell us where she was. I pressed play on speaker while we moved. At first, there was only static and breath. Then Claire whispered, "Daniel, I found the level. I found the car. There's tape on the window." Marnie said, "Tape." The voicemail continued, her voice shaky, moving as she spoke. "Not on the outside. I don't think it's outside. It's like black tape along the inside edge. Evan wouldn't." A burst of the car alarm swallowed the next few words. Then Claire said, "There's something in the back seat." The message ended. Owen lifted his head. "Who is that?" "Owner's wife," I said. "She's down there." "She shouldn't be." "We have to get her," Marnie said. "We have to get him out first." Owen shook his head hard, like he could fling away dizziness. "No, I can walk. Go get her." "You just said you were dizzy." "I'm fine." "You're not fine." The argument cost us time. Small disagreements always do. They feel like principles while you're having them, and later they look like blood leaking through a bandage. Another sound came from below. A woman screaming. Not words this time. Just one short, high sound that snapped off too quickly. Marnie let go of Owen. I said, "Marnie." She was already running down, so the first attempt failed. We did not evacuate Owen. We did not regain control. We split our attention and lost the simple map in our heads. Owen followed because he didn't want to be alone, and I followed because Marnie had the flashlight. Down to B4. The air was warmer there. That was the first thing I noticed. Not hot, but close, damp, used. The red emergency lighting made the Escalade's black paint look maroon at the edges. It sat in row C, where it had been all along, engine running, exhaust pulsing out behind it in thin, ghostless waves. Claire stood beside the passenger side. She was smaller than I expected. People on the phone can sound tall. She wore jeans tucked into expensive-looking boots, a wool coat thrown over what looked like pajamas, and her hair was twisted up badly, strands stuck to her cheeks. She held her phone in one hand and a key fob in the other. Claire Whitcomb, 34, female, wife of Evan Whitcomb, no longer sounded polished. Not here. Here she looked like someone had scraped her down to the nerve. "Don't come closer," she shouted. Marnie stopped. Claire aimed the fob at the Escalade and pressed a button. Nothing happened. She pressed it again and again, each click tiny under the engine noise. "It won't open," she said. "It's his spare. It should open." "Step away from the vehicle," I said. She looked at me like I was speaking through glass. "There's something in the back." "What?" "I don't know." I moved to the rear passenger window, keeping my sleeve over my mouth, which I knew did almost nothing but couldn't stop myself from doing. My flashlight was weaker than Marnie's, a cheap plastic one from the booth, but I angled it against the tint and cupped my hand around the beam. At first, all I saw was reflection. Then the interior took shape in fragments. Pale leather, a hanging suit jacket hooked behind the driver's seat, a child's booster seat on the passenger side, and across the rear floor, a dark lump with a glossy curve. A shoe, not on a foot, just a shoe. Men's dress shoe, black, lying sideways on the floor mat. Claire made a broken sound. "That's his." "Could he have left it?" Marnie asked. Claire's face twisted. "One shoe." The car alarm whooped again, so close this time that Owen clapped his hands over his ears and stumbled back against a concrete column. It was not the Escalade. The sound came from farther down, maybe B5, echoing through the ramp. Marnie's flashlight beam swept toward the downward slope. In that sweep, for one terrifying second, it caught a figure standing at the bottom of the ramp. Tall, still, dark coat, white face. Owen yelled. Claire dropped the fob. I jerked backward and hit the Escalade's passenger mirror with my shoulder. The figure didn't move. Then Marnie held the beam steady, and the white face became a rectangular sign bolted to the wall. Monthly parking only, towing enforced. The dark coat was a strip of loose black plastic hanging from a pipe above it, shifting in the ventilation draft. The misdirection was stupid once seen correctly, and that somehow made it more humiliating. My pulse kept hammering as if the sign might change its mind and become a person again. "Everybody breathe," Marnie said. Owen laughed once, too high. "Maybe don't say breathe right now." That almost broke us. Not into laughter, into something worse. The carbon monoxide detector chirped overhead again. Then another detector chirped from farther down. B5. The sound was faint, but regular. B4 chirp. Pause. B5 chirp. Pause. Like the building was counting. "We need to break the window," Claire said. "No," Marnie and I said together. Claire rounded on us. "My husband's shoe is in there. And maybe pressure sensors, side airbags, laminated glass, alarm wiring," I said. "We don't know what happens if we smash it." "What happens is we get inside." "With what?" Marnie asked. "Your phone." Claire looked around wildly. My mind went to the booth. The ticket spike paperweight. Heavy metal base. Sharp enough, maybe. Too far away. Definitely. "There's a fire extinguisher by the elevator lobby," I said. Marnie looked at me. "Cabinet locked. Break the cabinet." "With what?" I didn't have an answer. That became our second attempt. Force some kind of access. Not into the Escalade yet, but into the emergency equipment. Get the extinguisher. Use it to break the window if dispatch or fire told us to, or if the situation made waiting impossible. It was a bad plan, improvised and dangerous. It was still a plan. Moved to the B4 elevator lobby, 20 yards from the Escalade along the east wall. The elevator doors were shut, display dead. The stairwell door beside them had a crash bar and a sign. No RE entry from stairwell after HOURS. Claire had come through that door, and it had locked behind her, which meant our clean exit had narrowed to the ramps only. The fire extinguisher cabinet was set into the wall beside a faded evacuation map. Glass front, small lock, red handle inside. Marnie wrapped her coat around her elbow. Move. Wait, I said. You'll cut yourself. We don't have a brick. Owen, still pale, pulled a metal water bottle from his gym bag. Use this. Marnie took it. Finally, hydration saves a life. She hit the glass once. It cracked but held. Second hit. Spiderweb. Third hit. The panel gave way with a bright, ugly crash. The car alarm below cut off at the exact same moment. The sudden quiet made all of us freeze. Then the Escalade's engine kept idling, steady as a sleeping machine. Marnie reached through the broken glass carefully, but not carefully enough. A shard sliced the back of her wrist above the glove. Damn it. Blood welled dark under the red lights. I grabbed her hand. Hold pressure. It's a scratch. It's bleeding. It can multitask. She pulled the extinguisher free and handed it to me. It was heavier than I expected, cold through my gloves. Owen swayed beside the elevator panel. Sit down, I told him. If I sit, I won't get up. Then lean. Claire had drifted back toward the Escalade. Claire, Marnie snapped. Stay with us. Claire didn't answer. She stared at the rear passenger window, at the shape of the shoe inside. I stepped closer to the SUV with the extinguisher in both hands. My knee hurt badly now. My head had started to throb behind my eyes, a dull pressure that could have been fear, fumes, dehydration, or all of them in a committee. Marnie held her bleeding wrist against her chest. Owen leaned on the wall, eyes unfocused. Fire should be here by now, I said. Maybe they are, Marnie said. Maybe we just can't hear them. We listened. No sirens, only the engine, only detector chirps, only distant water in pipes. Claire said, Evan has a gun. Every head turned toward her. What? I said. In the car, maybe. He kept one in a lockbox under the driver's seat. He had permits. I hated it. We fought about it. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand, embarrassed even now. If someone took the car, or if someone is in there, Jesus, Claire, Marnie said. That tightened the trap. The Escalade wasn't just locked. It might contain a weapon. We didn't know who had access to it. We didn't know if Evan was inside, if someone else was, or if the car had been staged. Breaking a window no longer meant only glass and alarms. It meant the possibility of reaching into a dark vehicle where a firearm might be within reach of whoever or whatever had made the brake lights flare. Realistic fear is often logistical. Where is the gun? Is it loaded? Can the person inside reach it? Can we see their hands? We could answer none of it. We don't break the window, I said. Claire stared at me. You were about to. Now I'm not. You coward. It hit where she aimed it because part of me agreed. Marnie stepped between us. He's trying not to get anyone shot. My husband could be dying. Might already be, Owen muttered. Claire turned on him with such naked fury that he flinched. Don't you dare. I'm sorry, he said immediately. I'm sorry, I didn't mean I feel sick. Marnie pointed at the ramp, then up, all of us. We tell fire there may be a gun, maybe a victim, maybe carbon monoxide. We stop playing rescue squad. Claire shook her head. I'm not leaving him. You don't know he's there, I said. The shoe is there. The shoe is there. That distinction was cruel, but necessary. The escalade clicked again. This time, every door lock popped up. 4 small black tabs rising inside the doors. Unlocked. None of us moved. Claire whispered, Evan. The engine continued to idle. Marnie's blood ticked off her fingertips onto the concrete. One drop, then another. I lifted the extinguisher slightly, not to swing, just because my hands needed to do something. Do not open it, Marnie said. Claire's face had gone slack with a kind of hope that scared me more than panic. Hope makes people stupid. Claire, I said, look at me. She reached for the passenger door handle. I grabbed the back of her coat and pulled her away. She spun and slapped me. Hard. The sound cracked across the garage. Pain bloomed hot across my cheek, immediate and personal. For a second, all I saw was her face close to mine, wet eyes, bared teeth. A woman being asked to choose between rules and love by people she had met 10 minutes ago. Don't touch me, she said. Then the Escalade's rear hatch began to rise, slowly, with a soft electric whine. We all backed away. The hatch lifted 6 inches, 2 feet, opening into the red-lit garage. Interior cargo lights came on, pale and clean. The smell that rolled out was not rot. That would have been easier in some ways, a clear answer, a finality. It smelled like gasoline, fresh gasoline. Marnie said, back now. In the cargo area sat 3 red plastic fuel cans strapped together with a black bungee cord. One had tipped sideways. Its cap was loose. Dark liquid glistened on the cargo mat and dripped in slow beads over the bumper. The engine was still running. The exhaust was still hot. The garage air was bad. A fuel spill turned the problem from rescue to countdown. Owen stumbled backward. Oh my God. Claire covered her mouth. Evan didn't put those there. You know that, I asked. He wouldn't. No. Something clattered on B5. Not a sign this time. Not plastic in a draft. A real clatter, metal on concrete, followed by quick footsteps. Someone was below us. Marnie and I looked toward the downward ramp. A shadow moved along the wall at the turn to B5, there and gone, thrown by emergency lights and the open hatch glow. The footsteps broke into a run. Hey, I shouted. The footsteps stopped. Then a door slammed somewhere below, heavy and echoing. The stairwell, a storage cage. I couldn't tell. Marnie grabbed my sleeve. We leave, right now. Fire can deal with whoever that is. She was right. We had a possible fuel spill, possible firearm, possible missing man, possible suspect nearby, bad air, failing power, and one bleeding cleaner, one dizzy gym guy, one frantic wife, and me with a fire extinguisher, and a childhood fear dressed up as caution. We turned toward the up-ramp. The gate between B4 and B3 dropped. I had forgotten it existed. because it was almost always raised. A rolling security grill, used after special events to close lower levels, came rattling down from a ceiling housing at the top of the ramp. Maybe the power flicker had triggered it. Maybe someone had activated it. Maybe Ralph's ancient system finally chose the worst possible moment to remember its job. "Run," Marnie shouted. We ran. Owen got 3 steps before his legs folded. I caught him badly, wrenching my sore knee and nearly dropping the extinguisher. Marnie lunged for the grill, but it hit the concrete with a metal bang before she reached it. She grabbed the bars and shook them. They didn't move. On the other side, up the ramp toward B3, the way out was right there, 20 feet away and unreachable. The Escalade idled behind us with its rear hatch open and gasoline dripping from the cargo area. Claire began to sob, small and breathless. From below, on B5, someone started coughing. Then a voice called up, low and male, "Don't open the car." Marnie went still. I turned toward the dark ramp leading down. The point of no return was not dramatic. It was a locked grill, bad air, a fuel spill, and a stranger below us who knew exactly which car we were standing beside. We couldn't go up, so the only way left was down. The voice from B5 said it again. "Don't open the car." No one answered him at first. The security grill behind us rattled once in its track, settling with a final little metallic shiver. Beyond it, the ramp up to B3 sat empty under red emergency lights. Freedom was close enough to see. That made it worse. It wasn't lost in a maze or hidden behind smoke. It was right there, 20 feet away, behind steel bars and a bad system Ralph had probably forgotten existed until it tried to kill us. The Escalade idled behind us with its rear hatch open. Gasoline dripped from the cargo mat. Tick, tick, tick. Each drop hit concrete with a soft sound I could barely hear over the engine. But once I noticed it, it became the loudest thing in the garage. Marnie had one hand wrapped around her bleeding wrist, the other on the grill. Owen sat on the floor with his back against an orange column marked B4C, eyes half shut, breathing through his mouth. Claire stood near the SUV, one hand pressed to her chest, staring down the ramp toward B5 like she might recognize the voice if it spoke one more time. I held the fire extinguisher by its neck and hose. My knee throbbed. My cheek burned where Claire had slapped me. My head felt stuffed with wet cotton. "Who are you?" I shouted. A cough came from below. Then footsteps, slow this time. A man appeared at the bottom of the ramp. He was maybe 40, male, white, with a shaved head and a gray janitorial jacket that didn't belong to our company. He held one hand up, palm open. In the other, he carried something black and rectangular. A key fob. His name, we learned later, was Peter Voss, 41 male, from Coriopolis, a former private security contractor who had done overnight access work in downtown buildings until too many complaints and one assault charge pushed him into odd jobs. In that moment, he was only a stranger with a fob and a sick, shiny look to his skin, like he had been sweating in cold air for hours. Claire made a sound. "Where S. Evan?" Peter looked at her, then at the Escalade. "Back away from it," he said. "Where is my husband?" "Not in there." Claire's knees almost gave. She caught herself against the concrete pillar. "What?" Peter coughed into his sleeve. "He's not in the car," Marnie said. "Then whose shoe is inside?" Peter's eyes flicked to me, then to the extinguisher. "You need to listen. There's a rig under the driver's seat. A rig." The word was too small for what it did to us. I gripped the extinguisher tighter. "What kind of rig?" "I didn't build it." "Fantastic," Marnie said. Her voice was thin with pain. "That clears it right up." Peter swallowed. "Fuel vapors, ignition source, door trigger maybe. I don't know. It was supposed to keep people away until what?" I said. He didn't answer. Claire stepped toward him. "What did you do to Evan?" Peter backed down one step. "I didn't touch him." "Liar, I didn't touch him. I was paid to watch the car." "By who?" He rubbed his mouth. The hand with the fob trembled. "I never got a name." Marnie barked a laugh. "Of course you didn't. Cash job," Peter said. "Move the vehicle every few hours. Keep it running. Keep the app showing activity. Use the fuel cans. If anyone came close, hit the horn, lights, locks, scare them off." The facts rearranged themselves fast and ugly. The brake lights, the horn, the unlock click, the fuel status changing, the engine running for days. Not ghosts, not a glitch. A man with a fob on B5 hiding below us, nursing a plan he didn't understand or didn't want to understand. Claire took another step. "Where is Evan?" Peter's face twitched. "Storage cage, B6. He was alive when I last checked." The world narrowed. Claire lunged at him. I barely caught her around the waist. She fought like a drowning person, elbows sharp, boots scraping. "Let me go, let me go." "Claire, stop. He's down there. And there's gasoline right there." Marnie grabbed Claire's arm with her good hand. "You run past that car, and we all might burn." Claire sobbed once, a hard bark of sound, and stopped fighting. Not because she was calm, because her body had no room left for another emotion. Peter watched us with something like shame and something like calculation. "I can open the grill." I looked at him. "Then open it. From the control panel on B5. "Why didn't you before?" "Because I didn't want to come up here with you all standing by the car." "Open it now." He shook his head. "Not while the hatch is open. Vapors are spreading." "What do we do?" "Turn off the engine." Nobody moved. The Escalade idled. The tailpipe breathed. The fuel dripped. Claire whispered, "You just said it might explode if we open the door." I said door trigger. Peter lifted the fob. "Remote shut-off might work." "Then do it," Marnie said. Peter looked at the fob as if it belonged to someone else. "It didn't earlier." "Try." He pressed a button. Nothing. He pressed again. The Escalade's lights flashed once. The engine kept running. Peter swore softly. Marnie looked at me. "The extinguisher." "What?" "Spray the spill. Knock down vapors." "That's not how. It's what we have." She was right. We didn't have absorbent pads. We didn't have ventilation. We didn't have a working phone, a key, a safe exit, or time. We had one extinguisher, a metal water bottle, a bleeding cleaner, a dizzy gym guy, a desperate wife, and a bad man who might still be less dangerous than the situation he had created. "Everybody back," I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. I pulled the pin. The extinguisher handle resisted for a second, then gave. White powder blasted from the nozzle with a violent hiss. I swept it low across the cargo opening, the bumper, the growing wet patch on the floor. The cloud swallowed the rear of the Escalade. It tasted bitter immediately, chemical and chalky, coating my tongue and the back of my throat. I coughed and kept spraying. Short bursts. Left to right, floor, bumper, fuel cans. The extinguisher got cold enough to bite through my gloves. "Enough," Marnie shouted. I released the handle. The cloud drifted in the red light like dirty snow. For one quiet second, it felt like we had done something useful. Then Owen groaned. He slid sideways, cheeks scraping the column, and folded onto the concrete. "Owen," Marnie dropped beside him. I stumbled toward them, but she pointed at me with bloody fingers. "No, Carr, he's down. I've got him." Marnie slapped Owen's cheek lightly. "Hey, Jim boy, stay with me." His eyes fluttered. "June, yeah, your dog hates your life choices. Open your eyes." Claire stared down the ramp. "Evan S. on B6, Peter said. He was. They moved him after he tried to get loose." "They?" I asked. Peter's mouth closed. That silence answered enough. More than one person. The car was a distraction, maybe a trap, maybe both. Evan Whitcomb had not vanished because of a running engine. The running engine had kept attention fixed on the wrong locked box. A siren wailed faintly above us. All of us heard it. Distant, street level, real. Claire started crying again, but softer. Peter heard it too. His face changed. He bolted down toward B5. "Hey," I ran after him without thinking. My knee almost buckled on the slope, but adrenaline made a sloppy brace of my body. Peter was faster. He reached the B5 landing and cut left toward the elevator lobby. The car alarm that had been screaming earlier sat silent now, a red compact with its hood slightly open near the wall. Beyond it, the level stretched into rows of parked vehicles and storage cages. The emergency lights weaker down here. Peter slammed his palm into a control box mounted beside a rolling grill panel. The B4 grill behind us did not rise. Instead, a lower grill began to descend at the far end of B5. He was sealing B6. "Stop," I shouted. He turned toward me. The black fob was still in his hand. The other hand went inside his jacket. Gun. My mind said it before my eyes confirmed anything. I ducked behind the red compact as a crack split the air. Not a movie gunshot. Not huge, sharp, flat, deafening underground. Glass popped somewhere behind me. Marnie screamed my name from above. I hit the concrete on my bad knee, and pain flashed white through my leg. The extinguisher rolled out of my hand and clanged against the compact's tire. Peter stared at his own hand like the gun had surprised him too. It was small, black, ugly. "Stay there," he said. His voice shook. I believed he would shoot again because he had already crossed the hardest line by accident or panic. The second time would be easier. I lifted my hands. "Peter, listen. Shut up. Emergency responders are upstairs." I said, "Shut up. You seal B6, they'll cut through it. I need 5 minutes." "For what?" He looked past me toward the ramp down. "To leave." With Evan down there, he saw my face. Claire's voice came from behind me, raw and close. "So did we." Peter turned the gun toward her. She stood at the top of the B5 ramp, one hand gripping the wall, face powdered white from the extinguisher cloud. Marnie was behind her, half supporting Owen, who had somehow got upright with his arm around her shoulders. "Claire," I said very carefully. Go back. She didn't. Peter's eyes flicked between us. Too many targets, too much noise, too much bad air. His control was cracking in visible pieces. Then from B4, the Escalade's engine revved. Hard, once. A deep, sudden roar. Everyone flinched. Peter turned toward the sound. That half-second saved us. Marnie threw Owen's metal water bottle. It hit Peter's wrist with a dull thunk. The gun fired into the ceiling. Concrete dust burst down. Peter yelled and dropped the fob, but not the gun. I grabbed the extinguisher by the hose and swung it from the ground like a hammer. It connected with his shin. Not cleanly, not heroically. A bad, low strike that made a sound I still hear sometimes when I step wrong in cold weather. Peter screamed and folded. The gun skittered under the red compact. Claire went for the downward ramp. Marnie shouted, "No." Peter grabbed my jacket and dragged me down with him. He smelled like sweat, exhaust, and bitter extinguisher powder. He was stronger than he looked. His fingers hooked into my collar and pulled until fabric tightened across my throat. "You don't know what this is," he hissed. I drove my elbow into his face. Once, twice. The second time, cartilage crunched under my sleeve. He let go. I rolled away, coughing, and kicked the gun farther under the car with my heel. Marnie reached us and slammed her boot onto Peter's hand when he tried to crawl after it. He screamed again. "Don't," she said. One word, flat, final. Claire was already halfway down to B6. I grabbed the fob from the floor and chased her. The lower grill was still descending. B6 was a darker mouth below us. Storage cages lined the walls down there, chain link rectangles filled with boxes, old office chairs, snow tires, filing cabinets. The rolling grill dropped inch by inch across the ramp, slow but relentless. Claire, she didn't stop. She dropped to her knees and slid under the grill with inches to spare. I followed because leaving her alone was no longer an option. The grill caught my jacket. For one terrible second, I was pinned, chest against cold concrete, the metal bottom rail pressing into my back. I twisted hard. Fabric tore. My shoulders scraped raw. Then I was through, rolling down onto B6 as the grill hit the floor behind me with a bang. Point of no return had already happened. This was just the door closing to prove it. Claire was running between storage cages, shouting Evan's name. "Quiet," I hissed, though I knew quiet was useless now. A muffled sound answered from the far southeast corner. Not a word, a thump. Claire ran toward it. B6 smelled different from the upper levels. Less exhaust, more damp cardboard and rust. The emergency lights were spaced farther apart, leaving pockets of near darkness between parked cars wrapped in dust. Somewhere overhead, the Escalade revved again, then settled. We found Evan in cage 6, as he was on the floor behind a stack of flattened moving boxes, wrists zip-tied in front of him, ankles tied with orange extension cord. Duct tape covered his mouth. His face was bruised, one eye swollen almost shut, and his dress shirt was dark with sweat. He had both shoes missing now. Evan Whitcomb was 37, male, a corporate insurance attorney from Sewickley, and in that moment, none of those facts mattered. He was a man on concrete, trying to breathe through his nose. Claire made a sound I hope I never hear again. cage was locked with a cheap padlock. "Move," I said. I lifted the fire extinguisher. Except I didn't have it. I had left it on B5. For a moment, I just stared at my empty hands. Claire clawed at the chain link. "Open it." "I don't have." I searched my pockets. Phone, violation slip, pen, keys to the booth, not cages. My fingers closed around the ticket. Spike Base's absence, like memory, could become metal. I had looked at it upstairs. I had left it there because bringing it felt paranoid. Evan thumped his bound hands weakly against the floor. Claire turned on me. "Do something." I looked at the padlock. Cheap brass. The chain looped through a latch mounted to thin metal framing. Not impossible, just not easy. I grabbed a loose steel chair leg from a nearby storage cage, half sticking through the chain link among junk. I pulled until it scraped free. It was hollow, bent at one end. "Hold the latch," I said. Claire grabbed the cage door. I jammed the chair leg through the hasp and leaned my weight on it. Pain shot through my knee. Nothing moved. I leaned harder. The metal creaked. Above us, someone shouted, "Marnie," distant through the grill. Then Peter shouted back. Then another gunshot. Claire flinched, but didn't let go. I put everything into the chair leg. Fear, guilt, my father under the truck, Ralph's voice telling me procedure mattered, Claire's slap, the sound of gasoline dripping behind us. The hasp bent. Not enough, again. The chair leg slipped and tore the skin between my thumb and forefinger. Blood made the metal slick. Again. The screws ripped out of the frame with a shriek. The cage door swung open. Claire fell on Evan, pulling the tape from his mouth. He sucked air and gagged. "Car," he rasped. "We know," I said. "Fuel cans, running engine." He shook his head weakly. "Not just fuel, timer." The word emptied me. "What timer?" "Under driver's seat, lockbox. They made me open it." He coughed. "Gun was mine. They took it. Put something in the box." "How long? I don't know." A pounding started from B5. Marnie at the grill. "Daniel, fire's upstairs, but they can't get lower access." "Smoke or fumes on B4. We need out." "Smoke. Maybe from the shot. Maybe from the Escalade. Maybe from something electrical." No time to understand. Evan couldn't walk. His ankles were numb, legs shaking uselessly when we cut the extension cord with Claire's car key. We had no knife for the zip ties. I used my teeth and failed. Claire found a broken piece of metal from the latch and sawed at them until Evan's wrists bled. We each got under one of his arms. He screamed when we lifted him. "Sorry," Claire sobbed. "Go," he said. The grill blocked the ramp up. "Control panel," I said. Peter used it from B5. "Can you open it from this side?" Claire asked. We dragged Evan to the bottom of the ramp. The B6 side had a red emergency release box beside the grill. The cover was secured with a plastic brake tab. Finally, one thing designed for an emergency. I smashed it with the bent chair leg and yanked the lever. Nothing happened. I yanked again. The mechanism groaned, then the grill lifted 6 inches. Stopped. "Manual," Evan wheezed. "Pull." So we pulled. Claire, bleeding palms on the bottom rail. Me, one shoulder on the metal, knee screaming. Evan trying to push from the floor with bound, shaking hands. 6 inches became 10. 10 became 12. Enough for a person to crawl, not enough for dignity. We shoved Evan first. He screamed all the way through. Claire crawled after him. I was halfway under when a hand grabbed my ankle. Peter. His face was bloody, nose flattened, one eye watering. He had crawled down the ramp after us. No gun now, just panic and rage. "You don't understand," he shouted. I kicked him in the mouth with my free foot. His grip slipped. The grill dropped. I rolled through as it slammed down behind me, catching the sole of my shoe and ripping it clean off. Peter stayed on the other side, screaming and pounding the bars. For a moment, we all lay on B5, coughing. Then the blast came from above. Not a giant fireball. Not a movie explosion that threw cars through walls. A hard, concussive boom from B4 that punched pressure through the ramp and blew a wave of hot, dusty air over us. The lights went out entirely for 2 seconds. Something metallic crashed. Car alarms erupted on multiple levels. Sprinklers coughed, sputtered, and then began dumping stale water from the ceiling in a dirty rain. Claire curled over Evan. I covered my head. Marnie shouted somewhere nearby. When the emergency lights flickered back, smoke rolled down from B4 in a low gray sheet. The Escalade had finally stopped running. Conflict resolved, one way or another. But the cost was immediate. Owen was on the floor beside Marnie, unconscious again, blood on his forehead from where falling concrete or metal had clipped him. Marnie's wrist had soaked her sleeve dark. Evan shook uncontrollably, eyes open but not focused. Claire kept saying his name like repetition could stitch him back together. Behind the B6 grill, Peter had stopped screaming. I didn't know whether he was unconscious, dead, or simply waiting. Above us, through smoke and sprinkler water and alarms, men's voices finally echoed down from the upper ramp. Firefighters, too late to be saviors, just in time to find what was left. I looked at the torn sole of my shoe, the blood running from my hand, the powder on Claire's hair, the smoke crawling along the ceiling, and I understood something I didn't want to understand. The ordinary world had not failed all at once. It had failed in pieces: a broken camera, an expired detector, a locked control box, a manager protecting access codes, a wife not believed soon enough, a car left running because everyone wanted someone else to decide when strange became dangerous. The Escalade was quiet now. That should have felt like relief. It didn't. It felt like a held breath ending in the dark. The firefighters reached us through the smoke in pieces. First came the sound of their radios, clipped voices bouncing down the ramp in bursts that didn't make sense from where I lay on the wet concrete. Then came the lights, white and harsh, cutting through the red emergency glow and sprinkler mist. Then boots, heavy boots, careful on the slick floor, shapes in helmets, reflective stripes, gloved hands. 4 victims here, someone shouted. 1 unconscious. 1 restrained male behind the lower grill. Possible firearm discharged. Possible explosive device involved. Watch your footing. I wanted to correct him and say 5 victims, because Peter was still behind the B6 grill, but my mouth tasted like extinguisher dust and smoke, and when I tried to speak, I coughed until my ribs felt cracked. Marnie was sitting upright because of course she was. 1 firefighter had her wrist wrapped in gauze, and she kept trying to point with her other hand. "Check the guy," she said. "Owen. He hit his head." We're checking him. And Evan, we've got him. And the man behind the gate, we see him. You don't see him enough, Marnie, I rasped. She looked at me. Her face was streaked with soot and sprinkler water, her hair plastered to her cheek under the penguin's cap. Don't start. I didn't say anything. You were thinking I should shut up. I was thinking you're hard to kill. That made her laugh once, which turned into a wince. Claire sat beside Evan and would not let go of his sleeve. Not his hand, because paramedics were working there, cutting zip ties completely away, checking circulation, sliding a blood pressure cuff over his arm. She held the sleeve of his torn dress shirt between two fingers like it was the only permitted contact left in the world. Evan tried to look at her, but one eye had swollen nearly shut, and the other kept drifting as if the room wouldn't hold still. June, Owen mumbled from the floor. A paramedic leaned over him. Who's June? My dog. Even half conscious, he sounded embarrassed. Marnie looked at me. I looked at her. Then I laughed, which was the wrong thing to do because my chest seized and a firefighter put a hand on my shoulder. Easy, he said. Don't force it. Easy. That word felt imported from some safer country. They got us out in the order that made medical sense, not emotional sense, which meant Owen first, then Evan, then Marnie, then Claire, then me. Claire fought them at first when they tried to separate her from Evan's stretcher, but not wildly. The fight had gone out of her in some deep physical way. She just kept saying, I'm his wife. I'm his wife, as if hospitals and ambulances were bureaucracies that might forget unless reminded. They let her ride with him. Marnie refused a stretcher until she stood and nearly dropped. Her knees folded like someone had cut strings behind them. The firefighter beside her caught her under the arms. I'm fine, she said automatically. No, ma'am, he said. You're not. She looked offended, then too tired to argue. When they finally brought me up, the garage looked less like a place where people parked cars, and more like the inside of a machine that had eaten something it couldn't digest. The security grill between B4 and B3 had been forced open with a hydraulic spreader. One side of it hung twisted, teeth bent upward. Sprinkler water ran down the ramp in black streams carrying ash, glass, and little curls of melted plastic. The air smelled of wet concrete, burned wiring, and gasoline so faint now it might have been memory. On B4, the Escalade was still there, or what was left of it. The blast had come from inside the cabin, not the cargo area. That was what the fire investigator told police later, and what I overheard while sitting on the bumper of an ambulance with an oxygen mask pressed to my face. It had blown out the side windows and warped the driver's door, but it hadn't turned the garage into a crater. The fuel cans had made everything worse, but the extinguisher powder and sprinkler discharge had probably kept the spilled gasoline from catching fully. Probably. That word followed us through the next few days. Probably saved us. Probably delayed ignition. Probably staged to destroy evidence. Probably meant to scare, not kill. Probably meant to kill anyone who opened the driver's door. The police found Peter Voss alive behind the B6 grill. Barely. He had a fractured shin, a broken nose, powder burns along one hand from the gun, and enough carbon monoxide in his blood that the medics got quiet when they read the monitor. He kept asking for a lawyer before he asked for water. That detail made Marnie hate him more than anything else. They also found Owen's beagle. June had not been in his car. She was at his apartment in Lawrenceville, asleep in a pile of laundry, according to the neighbor Owen called from the ER once he was coherent. He had taken her out earlier, panicked, and mixed 2 nights together in his head after the fumes and fear and concussion scrambled him. When the nurse told us that, Owen cried from relief and humiliation until Marnie reached over from the next bed and said, "Good. Now your dog can live long enough to judge you properly." He laughed into his blanket. It hurt him to laugh. It hurt all of us to laugh. At UPMC Mercy, they treated us for smoke inhalation and carbon monoxide exposure. Evan had the worst of it among the people we cared about. Dehydration, 2 cracked ribs, a concussion, deep bruising, nerve compression in his hands from the restraints, and infected cuts where the zip ties had bitten into skin. He had been in that storage cage for almost 2 days, given water twice, and food once by men he could not fully identify because they wore masks and kept the lights low. Peter, he said, was the only one who got sloppy. Peter liked to talk. That was how Evan learned the Escalade was meant to keep Claire, police, and building staff focused on the wrong question. Is he inside the car? The people behind it wanted time to access files from Evan's work laptop and phone, both taken when he was abducted after a dinner meeting near Market Square. Evan worked in insurance litigation involving a construction shell company, missing safety reports, and a warehouse fire outside Monroeville. That was what the detectives told Claire in careful fragments, while pretending not to notice Daniel Mercer, parking attendant, awake in the hallway with a paper cup of bad coffee and no legal reason to be listening. Ralph arrived at the hospital around 9 in the morning, wearing yesterday's shirt and a face arranged for concern. He tried to talk to me before police did. That was his mistake. He found me sitting outside radiology with my right hand bandaged and my left knee wrapped in an elastic brace. My shoe was missing its sole, so the hospital had given me a blue disposable slipper that made me look like a man who had lost a fight with a craft store. "Daniel," he said softly, "you okay?" I looked at him for a long second. He lowered himself into the chair beside me and smelled like stale coffee and wintergreen gum. "Hell of a night." I said nothing. He leaned closer. "Listen, corporate S going to want statements. Police too. Just stick to what you personally observed. Don't speculate about detectors or ventilation or access boxes. You understand? There are times when rage is loud. This was small and precise." I turned my head and looked at him. "You told me not to mention the expired sensor." He blinked. A woman's voice said, "Did he?" Marnie stood at the hallway corner in socks and a hospital gown under her coat, wrist bandaged thick as a baseball mitt. A nurse behind her looked exhausted by the fact that she had gotten that far. Ralph's mouth opened, Marnie said, because he told me the same thing in the ambulance bay. Weird thing to keep saying if it didn't matter. Ralph stood. "This isn't the time." "No," I said. "It is." By noon, Ralph was answering questions in a room with 2 detectives and a fire marshal. By Monday, Alton Center Garage was closed pending investigation. By Wednesday, the management company announced his suspension in a statement so bland it could have been generated by a printer jam. By Friday, local news had Evan's name, Claire's name, and footage of the garage entrance under a headline that made everything sound both more exciting and less human than it had been. They never used my name in the first broadcasts. I was grateful, then annoyed, then grateful again. Police arrested Peter formally after he was discharged from the hospital. Kidnapping, unlawful restraint, reckless endangerment, weapons charges, arson-related charges. Once investigators finished with the escalade, he gave them 2 names, then took them back, then gave them again with different spellings. One turned out to be dead. One turned out to be a fake identity tied to a prepaid phone bought in Ohio. The larger case moved slowly after that. Real cases do. There is no clean line where a detective pins a photo to a board and all the strings tighten into justice. There are warrants, lab reports, jurisdiction fights, lawyers, missing footage, corrupted files, and people with money who understand delay as a language. Evan survived. That became the main fact everyone repeated because it was the easiest one to hold. He survived, but his voice changed. It stayed rough, even after his throat healed from dehydration and tape and smoke. He walked with a cane for weeks because of nerve damage and muscle loss. He flinched when doors locked automatically. Claire told me once in the hospital parking lot that he had started sleeping with the lights on and apologizing in his sleep. She looked different too. Smaller, but not weaker. Less polished around the edges. She had bruises on her knees from crawling under the grill and a faint red mark across her palm where the metal rail had burned through skin as she pulled it up. "I slapped you," she said. This was 4 days after it happened. We stood near the patient discharge entrance while wet snow tapped softly against the overhang. "You did. I'm sorry. You were having a bad night." She almost smiled. It didn't last. "I keep thinking if I hadn't gone down there, then we might not have found him. Or I almost got everyone killed. Both can be true." She looked at me for a long time after that. Not angry, not comforted either. "That's a terrible thing to say," she said. "I know. It's probably the first honest thing anyone said to me." A shuttle bus hissed at the curb. Somewhere behind the glass doors, a machine beeped steadily. Claire folded her arms tightly. "He keeps asking about the car. Evan. He wants to know how long it was running." "Exactly. He says he could hear it through the floor sometimes. Not loud, just enough to know they were still doing it." I didn't know what to say. She nodded as if I had answered anyway. "Take care of your knee, Daniel." Then she went back inside. Marnie quit before I did, which surprised nobody. She didn't make a speech. She just sent Ralph's replacement an email with the subject line "No" and attached a photo of her bandaged wrist. Later, she took a daytime custodial job at a school in Dormont, where she said the worst hazard was glitter and children lying badly about gum. Owen sent all of us a picture of June wearing a little orange safety vest. Marnie printed it and stuck it on her refrigerator. She denied this until I saw it myself. As for me, I tried one more overnight shift after the garage reopened. Not at Alton Center. Different building. Different company. Better cameras, newer detectors, ventilation controls labeled clearly behind breakaway glass. They gave me a radio and a panic button and a supervisor who said all the right things during training. At 1:43 a.m., a hybrid sedan on level 2 made a soft electronic chirp as its battery system cycled. My hands started shaking so hard I spilled coffee across the desk. I finished the shift because I needed the money and because shame is stubborn. Then I walked home through downtown Pittsburgh before sunrise, past delivery trucks and salt-streaked curbs and office towers just beginning to glow. The city smelled like bread from a bakery vent, bus exhaust, and cold river air. Ordinary smells. Almost comforting. I quit by email at 8:12 a.m. for a while. I worked days at the laundromat below my apartment. Folding strangers' sheets was not dignified exactly, but the machines were in the open, and when they broke, they just leaked water onto the floor. I could live with that. The legal stuff kept surfacing. Detectives called. Lawyers called. The management company's insurance people called and asked questions designed to sound neutral while searching for someone affordable to blame. I told the truth until the truth felt worn smooth. Yes, the B4 camera was broken. Yes, the detector chirped. Yes, Ralph withheld the access code. Yes, the ventilation controls were locked. Yes, I waited too long to call. That last one was mine. Nobody put it in the lawsuit language that way. Nobody needed to. I carried it without help. Months later, a package arrived at my apartment with no return address. Inside was a new pair of work boots, my size, black leather, good soles, the kind I never would have bought for myself. There was no note. I thought Claire at first, then Marnie, then Owen, because of the dog vest joke. Each denied it with varying levels of believability. I wore them anyway. The only thing I never got an answer for was the first phone call. Not Claire's. The call to the garage booth before Claire. The one that rang upstairs, while Marnie and I were still standing by the Escalade. I assumed later it had been Ralph calling back, or some automated system, or a customer who hung up. But when detectives pulled the phone logs, there was no incoming call recorded at that time. The booth phone had rung. I know it had. Marnie heard it too. The logs showed nothing. That is not supernatural. I'm not saying that. Phone systems fail. Old PBX boxes drop records. Buildings keep secrets by accident all the time. Still, every now and then, when I pass a parking garage at night and hear a gate arm lift somewhere below street level, I think about that missing call. I think about the Escalade idling in the dark. I think about how danger doesn't always kick the door open. Sometimes it rings once, then waits to see who answers. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that seemed wrong was the tape, not the frame itself. The frame was ugly in the normal thrift store way. A heavy rectangle of dark wood with fake gold trim that had gone dull at the corners. Not the faded print inside it either. Some watercolor of a white farmhouse and a field of yellow flowers. The kind of thing you see leaning behind old lamps and chipped serving bowls. It was the tape on the back. Fresh tape. Clear, glossy packing tape pressed over the brown paper dust cover in 2 careful strips. So knew it still had that tight plastic shine under the fluorescent lights. Everything else in the store smelled like old cloth, coffee breath, cardboard, and the faint metallic tang of rain coming off people's coats. That tape smelled like somebody had put it there yesterday. My name is Mara Whitcomb, 32, female. And at the time I was living in Portland, Maine, in a 1-bedroom apartment above a dog groomer on Congress Street. I worked as a part-time cataloger for an estate sale company, which sounds more elegant than it was. Mostly, I sorted dead people's cookware, measured rugs, and wrote descriptions like vintage brass tone mirror, minor wear. I had a talent for noticing what didn't belong in a room. That talent had paid my rent for 3 years. It had also made me the kind of person who checked the locks twice, counted exits in restaurants, and could ruin a perfectly nice afternoon by saying, "That car has circled the block 3 times. My friend Lee called it your little detective disease." Lee March, 34, female, appeared beside me carrying a stack of chipped dinner plates against her chest, like a shield. She was from South Portland, born and raised. With hair she cut herself whenever she was stressed, and a laugh that came out loud enough to make strangers look over. She taught 3rd grade at a public school near Deering Center, and had the permanent, tired brightness of someone who spent all day redirecting small emergencies with a smile. She was also moving into her first house after a divorce, which meant she had developed a new religion based around cheap furniture and anything with character. "Please tell me you're not about to buy cursed farmhouse art," she said. "It's not cursed. You're staring at the back. I'm checking the construction. That is a thing people say right before bringing bedbugs into their home." The thrift store was on Forest Avenue, tucked into a strip mall between a nail salon and a vacuum repair place that never seemed open, but always had one lamp glowing in the window. Outside, the rain had been falling since morning, not dramatic rain, just a steady gray rinse that made the parking lot shine and kept the automatic doors sighing open every few minutes. Each time they opened, damp air rolled in and stirred the smell of wool coats, old books, and whatever lemon cleaner the staff used on the linoleum. A radio near the register played a station that kept cutting in and out. A woman sang something soft, then dissolved into static, then came back with half a chorus. Lee shifted the plates. "Mara, it's $9. That's too much for fake farmhouse. Then don't buy it. I'm not buying it. You have both hands on it. I did, one hand on the frame, one thumb tracing the seam where the tape crossed the brown paper. The picture had been shoved into the back of a shelf, behind 3 framed Bible verses and a poster of lighthouses. I'd only noticed it because the corner of the frame stuck out at a wrong angle, and because I had been killing time while Lee tried to decide whether she was the kind of person who owned blue plates. Everyday motive. That was all it was. Lee needed kitchen stuff for the house she'd bought in Westbrook, a narrow cape with sloping floors and a basement that smelled like wet stone. I had come along because Saturday had opened in front of me like an empty hallway. No work, no plans, no reason not to say yes when she texted, "Want to come judge furniture with me and stop me from buying a haunted armoire." I said yes because I was tired of being careful alone. The frame made a small, gritty sound when I lifted it from the shelf. Dust scraped against wood. Behind us, somebody rolled a shopping cart over a warped section of floor, and the front wheel bucked with a flat metal clack, clack, clack. Lee leaned closer. "What are you actually looking at?" "This paper on the back is old," I said. "Brittle. See how it's yellowed?" "Sure, but the tape is new." "Maybe the old tape fell off." "That's possible." "You sound disappointed that it's possible." I almost put it back. I should say that now because it's true. For one clean second, I had the frame tilted toward the shelf and my fingers had already relaxed. The farmhouse print was ugly. The frame was too big for any wall I owned. I didn't need it. Lee was right. I had a habit of tugging on loose threads until they turned into ropes around my wrists. Then something shifted inside the frame. Not much, a papery slide, a dry whisper between the print and the backing. Lee heard it too. Her expression changed, her smile thinning. "What was that?" she asked. "Probably the mat." "Uh-huh." I turned the frame gently, and the loose thing inside it slipped downward again, catching against the lower edge. This time the sound was clearer, paper moving against glass. Across the aisle, an older man in a red Sox cap glanced up from a bin of extension cords, then went back to untangling them with the patience of a monk. A kid somewhere in the toy section pressed a button, and a plastic cow mooed 3 times before its batteries gave out in a warbling groan. Lee lowered her voice. "Don't open it in the store." "I wasn't going to." "You absolutely were." "I just want to see if there's another print behind it." "Mara." "What?" She tucked the plates more firmly under one arm and reached for the frame with her free hand. "You do this. You find a weird thing and your brain goes, finally, a mystery. And then I'm standing in a parking lot for 40 minutes while you Google serial numbers on a toaster." That happened one time. It was a rice cooker. It had a property tag. It was from a dentist's office. That raised questions. Lee gave me the look she used on children who claimed they had not been eating glue while actively smelling like glue. But she didn't take the frame away. That was part of why we were friends. She made fun of the worst parts of me without pretending they weren't there. The private fear I never said out loud, not even to Lee, was that one day my caution would fail in some stupid, obvious way. That I would miss the one detail that mattered because I'd trained myself to look at all of them. People thought being observant made you confident. It didn't. It made the world crowded. Every loose screw, every parked van, every stranger holding eye contact half a second too long. My brain kept a ledger of possible harm, and most days I could laugh at myself enough to function. Most days, a woman's voice cut through the store. "Eli, no running, please." The boy came into view at the end of the aisle, maybe 6 or 7, wearing a green raincoat with dinosaur spikes on the hood. His sneakers squeaked hard on the floor as he skidded around a display of baskets. His mother followed with a cart half full of clothes. Corinne Doyle, late 30s, female, as I would later learn from overhearing Lee chat with her at the register, had the exhausted calm of someone rationing patience in public. She had wet brown hair twisted into a clip and a toddler asleep against her shoulder, one small sock hanging loose at the heel. When she caught my eye, she gave the quick apologetic smile parents give when their children are being alive near strangers. "Sorry," she said. "He found the toy aisle." "No problem," Lee said warmly. "Occupational hazard. I teach 3rd grade." Corinne's whole face softened in recognition. "Bless you. Some days, sure. Some days I should be issued protective gear." The boy, Eli Doyle, 6 male, stopped near me and stared at the frame. Kids do that sometimes, look with their whole face. He wasn't smiling. Water beaded on the plastic spikes of his hood. "That picture's backwards," he said. I looked at the farmhouse. "Backwards," he pointed, but not at the watercolor, at the back of the frame. "The wrong picture is hiding." Corinne adjusted the sleeping toddler. "Eli, honey, don't bother people." "I'm not," he said. "It's hiding." Lee's eyes flicked to mine. I forced a little laugh, the kind adults make when children say unsettling things that are probably nothing. "Maybe there's another one in there." Eli took one step closer, close enough that I could smell rainwater and peanut butter on him. His gaze stayed fixed on the taped backing. "You should leave it," he said. Corinne made a mortified sound. "Okay, that's enough. Sorry. He's been on a monster kick since Halloween." "It's fine," I said, but my fingers had tightened on the frame again. Corinne steered Eli away by the shoulder, murmuring something about manners. The toddler slept through it all, cheek squashed against Corinne's coat, mouth open. Their cart rattled around the corner, and the cow toy in the distance gave one last dying moo. Lee waited until they were gone. Then she said, "No, I didn't say anything. You said it with your eyebrows." He noticed the tape. "He is 6. He said the wrong picture is hiding because he is 6. That's not an explanation. It is literally the explanation for most things 6-year-olds say." I smiled because she was trying to puncture the moment, and I wanted her to. I wanted the store to go back to being a store. I wanted the rain to just be rain, the tape to just be tape, the loose paper to just be some forgotten receipt or a second print someone had stuffed inside to flatten. But when I angled the frame again, the hidden paper slid with a soft tick against the glass. Lee heard it. Her face changed again, not fear exactly. Irritation with a small door open behind it. "Okay," she said. "Buy it or put it back. I'm not standing here while you seduce yourself into a panic attack. I don't have panic attacks. You have very organized spirals. That's different. Not for the people trapped in the car with you." A laugh slipped out of me, real this time. It loosened my grip. The frame felt suddenly ridiculous in my hands. $9, bad art, new tape. A kid being spooky because kids enjoyed seeing adults react. Fine, I said. I'll put it back. I turned toward the shelf. At that exact moment, someone behind us said, "Careful with that one." It was not loud. It wasn't even dramatic. Just a man's voice, close enough that I felt the words before I fully processed them. The frame knocked softly against the shelf. Lee flinched and dropped one of the plates. It didn't shatter. It landed flat on the linoleum with a hard slap that made everyone nearby look over. Lee bent quickly, cheeks flushing. "Sorry," she called out automatically. The man stood at the mouth of the aisle with both hands tucked into the pockets of a navy rain jacket. He was thin, maybe in his 60s, with a gray beard trimmed close and pale eyes that moved from me to the frame and back. His baseball cap had no logo. His shoes were wet around the soles. This was Norman Bell, 67, male, though I didn't know his name yet. He had the posture of a man trying to appear casual and failing by half an inch. Not threatening exactly. More like someone listening through a wall. I said, "Do you work here?" He shook his head once. "No," Lee straightened with the plate in her hand. "Then maybe don't sneak up on people in thrift stores." Norman looked at her, blinked, and seemed to remember his face was supposed to do something. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you." "You startled me," she said. "There's a difference." He gave a small nod. "Right." I held the frame lower against my hip. "What did you mean?" His eyes went to the taped back again. "I saw someone drop that off," he said. "When?" He rubbed his thumb along the seam of his jacket pocket. The sound was faint, nylon rasping against skin. "Earlier today, maybe." Lee made a short, humorless laugh. "That is a weird answer." Norman's mouth pressed into a line. Up front, the register beeped. A hanger screeched along a metal rack. The automatic doors opened and closed, letting in the wet rush of traffic from Forest Avenue. "I just mean," he said slowly, "it came in with a box of things. The woman at donation intake almost threw it out because the glass was loose. Then somebody said it was fine and priced it." "You watched all that?" Lee asked. "I was waiting for them to bring out a chair." "What chair?" "A recliner." This explanation hung there, dull and plausible. I looked down at the frame. The glass did have a little give near the top right corner. When I pressed it lightly, it clicked against the wood. Norman's attention sharpened. "I wouldn't mess with it here." Lee's patience snapped. "Okay, what is this? Are you trying to buy it? Because you can have it." She reached for the frame, but I didn't let go. That was the small, stupid thing. The kind of thing that later looks like a decision. I didn't let go because he had made it feel less like an object and more like information. Norman noticed. His shoulders sank almost imperceptibly. "I'm not trying to buy it," he said. "Then why do you care?" I asked. For a second, his eyes met mine fully. He looked tired, not haunted, not cinematic. Tired like someone who hadn't slept enough and had driven in rain with the heat too high. "I thought it was mine," he said. Lee and I said nothing. Norman glanced toward the front of the store. "I had one like it. Same frame, same print, the farmhouse." "Yeah, did you donate it?" "No." The answer came too quickly. Lee shifted closer to me, her voice lower. "Mara." That one word carried a whole conversation. Put it down. Walk away. We are not doing this with a strange man in a thrift store aisle. I knew she was right. I also knew the frame was still ticking faintly whenever I moved, the hidden paper shifting behind the ugly farmhouse. Norman seemed to hear it too. His face tightened. "There's something behind the print, isn't there?" I didn't answer. A store employee appeared at the end of the aisle with a pricing gun hooked over her fingers. She was young, maybe 25, female, with a black hoodie under a red vest and a name tag that said Paige. Paige Alvarez, 25, female, looked from Lee's dropped plate to Norman to me holding the frame like a shield, and made the practiced assessment of someone underpaid to manage other people's weirdness. "Everything okay over here?" she asked. Lee was first. "Yes," Norman said. "Fine," I said. "Can I buy this?" Lee turned to me. "Seriously?" The employee blinked. "The picture, sure." "It's priced." I showed her the orange sticker on the corner. $8.99. Paige nodded. "Yeah, you can take it up front." Norman stepped half a pace forward. "Maybe check the back first." Paige paused. "Why?" No one answered quickly enough. The radio went static again. Rain tapped against the front windows in a thin, busy rhythm. Somewhere beyond the aisle, Eli laughed at something bright and plastic. Then Karen told him to use his inside voice. Paige's expression moved from customer service neutral toward concern. "Is there a problem with the item?" Lee looked at me. "There is not. There's a loose paper inside, and my friend has decided that's her business now." "It might be someone's document," I said, "a photo or something. Then give it to the staff." "That's reasonable. Great, do that." I turned the frame over in my hands again. The fresh tape caught the light. 2 clean strips over old paper. Not random. Not sloppy. Someone had sealed it deliberately. Norman's gaze followed my thumb as it hovered near the edge. He said very quietly, "If you open it here, other people see." Paige frowned. "Sir, do you know something about this?" Norman looked at the employee, then at Lee, then at me. "No," he said. "I just know people." That was the moment the day split into before and after, though nothing had happened yet. No scream, no blood, no slammed door. Just 6 people in or near a thrift store aisle. Me with a $9 frame. Lee with 1 chipped blue plate in her hand. Paige with a pricing gun. Norman with rain on his shoes. And somewhere nearby, a little boy who had said the wrong picture was hiding. The choice in front of us was embarrassingly ordinary. Put the frame back and walk out into the wet parking lot. Hand it to Paige and let the store deal with it. Buy it, take it somewhere private, and open the back ourselves. Lee touched my sleeve. Fingers were warm through my sweater. "Mara," she said, softer now. "Please don't make this into something." I looked at her, then at Norman, then at the tape. "I'm not," I said, but I was already reaching for my wallet. By the time we got to Lee's car, the rain had turned mean. Not heavy exactly, more like determined. It came at a slant across the thrift store parking lot and needled into my cheeks while Lee fumbled with her keys and tried to keep the stack of blue plates tucked under her coat. The frame was under my arm, wrapped in one of the store's thin plastic bags, the corner already poking through because the fake gold trim had a chip sharp enough to cut cheap film. Behind us, the automatic doors sighed open. I looked back. Norman Bell stood just inside the entrance, under the humming strip of fluorescent light, looking out through the glass. He wasn't waving. He wasn't coming after us. That made it worse somehow. He just watched like a man waiting to see whether something he'd warned against would happen anyway. Lee saw me looking and made a frustrated sound in her throat. "Do not," she said. "Do not what? Start narrating him in your head." "I'm not. You are absolutely giving him a backstory. He said the frame might be his. And then he said it was. That's not the same thing." Lee got the passenger door open and shoved the plates onto the floor mat with a clatter. "Get in the car, Mara." Her car was a 10-year-old Subaru Outback with a cracked phone mount, 2 reusable grocery bags in the back seat, and the sweet, sour smell of spilled coffee baked into the upholstery. It had been reliable until that month, when it started doing a weird thing where the dashboard lights flickered if the heat and wipers ran at the same time. Lee had mentioned it casually on the way over, as if electrical problems in November rain were just one more exciting chapter in home ownership. I slid into the passenger seat with the frame across my lap. Lee got in, slammed her door, then sat still for a second with both hands on the steering wheel. Rain ticked on the roof. Cars hissed along Forest Avenue. The wipers were stopped halfway up the windshield from when she had turned off the engine, 2 black arms frozen in a tired shrug. "Okay," she said, not looking at me. "We have exactly one reasonable option. We give it to the police." She turned her head slowly. "We take it to my house, use a knife like adults, see what's inside, and then laugh because it's a coupon for a framing shop from 1998. That's your reasonable option. My reasonable option was putting it back. You destroyed that option with your debit card." I looked down at the frame. The thrift store bag clung to the glass in wet spots. Through the cloudy plastic, the farmhouse print looked even softer and more harmless. Yellow field, white siding, little gray road. Something shifted behind it again. A small, dry slide. Lee closed her eyes. "Tell me you heard that," I said. "I heard paper move inside a frame. You're very calm." "I am not calm. I am performing calm because one of us has to drive." She started the car. The engine turned over with a rough little cough before settling. The dashboard lit up. The radio came on too loud, a local ad for mattress discounts blaring over the rain. Lee stabbed the power button with her thumb. We pulled out of the lot, past the vacuum repair shop, past a man in a yellow slicker dragging a trash bin behind a restaurant. Traffic moved slowly, all headlights and wet brake lights. Portland in the rain had a way of making every road look like it had been freshly varnished, and every building look older than it was. Lee kept both hands high on the wheel. "Do you want me to say it?" she asked. "What?" "That I'm worried about you." I kept looking out the window. "That seems dramatic. You bought a weird frame because an old man and a 6-year-old gave you the creeps. I bought it because something is hidden inside." "Exactly. I catalog estate items for a living. Hidden things are normal. You catalog serving platters and dead people's souvenir spoons. I once found $900 taped under a drawer. And you called the estate manager because that was your job. This is not your job." I didn't answer right away. A cyclist in a black rain jacket cut between 2 parked cars, and Lee swore under her breath, tapping the brake. Her anger wasn't really anger. I could hear the edge under it. Lee had spent the last 2 years trying to rebuild a life that didn't require checking someone else's mood before speaking. Her ex-husband had never hit her. She always said that first, like she needed to reassure people into not overreacting. But he had made small things expensive. He had turned every misplaced bill and late dinner and forgotten appointment into evidence that she couldn't manage herself. Now, in her new house, she was careful about control, careful about not letting anyone's chaos spill across her floor. And here I was, carrying chaos in a $9 frame. "I'm sorry," I said. That caught her off guard. "For what?" "For turning blue plates into whatever this is." She exhaled, and some of the stiffness left her shoulders. "Thank you. Also, for the record, I still might not keep the plates. They're ugly. They are charming. They look like a hospital cafeteria tried to be French." She laughed once, unwillingly. The normal sound of it eased something in the car. Then my phone buzzed. Not a call. A notification from an unknown number. I looked at the screen. "Unknown. Don't open it at home." For a second, the car seemed to narrow around me. Rain streaked the side window. The heater blew damp air at my knees. Lee muttered at a driver who had stopped half in the crosswalk. My thumb hovered over the message. Another buzz. "Unknown, public place. Cameras. Mara," Lee asked. I must have made a sound because she glanced over. Her eyes dropped to my phone. "What is it?" I turned the screen toward her. Her face changed in a way I didn't like. She didn't say, "Probably spam." She didn't laugh. She looked back at the road too fast. "Is that Norman?" she asked. I didn't give him my number. No, right. Obviously. Maybe Paige entered it from the receipt. "Did you give the store your number?" "No." "Then don't say that." My phone buzzed again. "Unknown. You have 20 minutes before he checks the parking lot footage." Lee pulled into the right lane too sharply, tires hissing through standing water. "Who is he?" she said. "I don't know. Do not answer." I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it. I was thinking about whether we should call the store. Call Paige. I don't have the store number. Google it. The time-sensitive problem arrived without a scream, without a knife, without anything that would make a clean story later. Just a message on a phone, a wet road, and the sudden awareness that someone knew we had the frame and cared where we opened it. I searched the thrift store while Lee drove, my fingers clumsy enough that I typed "Thrift Store Forest Ave Main" twice before getting it right. The number came up. I hit call. It rang 7 times. A woman answered, breathless. "Pine Tree Community Thrift. This is Paige." "It's Mara," I said. "I just bought a frame there, the farmhouse print." There was a pause, short but clear. "Oh," Paige said. "Hi, did you give anyone my phone number?" "What? No, we don't even have your phone number." "Did someone ask about the frame after we left?" Lee glanced at me. Another pause. In the background on Paige's end, I heard the store radio, hangers clacking, a child whining. Then her voice dropped. "The older guy came to the counter," she said. "The one from the aisle. Norman. I don't know his name. He asked if you paid cash." My mouth went dry. "What did you say?" I said I couldn't talk about customers. Then he asked if we had cameras in the donation area. Lee's hand tightened on the wheel. "Paige," I said, "listen to me. Did he leave?" "I think so. He walked toward the doors. I've been busy." "Can you check? I'm the only one up front right now." "Okay, don't confront him." Just the line crackled. Then Paige said, "Oh, weird." "What?" The lights just flickered. Lee and I looked at each other. In the next second, her Subaru's dashboard flickered too. Every light blinked once. The heater hiccuped. The wipers slowed halfway across the windshield, then dragged themselves down with a tired rubber squeal. Lee cursed. No, 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 no. The battery light flashed red and vanished. Mara, Paige said on the phone, are you still there? Yes. Someone S at the donation door. The sound behind her changed. A deep metal knock, not loud, but heavy enough to travel through the phone. 3 strikes, bang, bang, bang. Paige whispered, we're closed for donations when it rains this hard. Don't open it, I said. Lee pulled onto a side street off Forest Avenue, jaw tight. What's happening? I covered the phone. Someone S at the store's donation door. She looked ahead through the smeared windshield. Call the police. Paige, I said, hang up and call 911. I don't know if it's an emergency. Another bang came through the phone. This one made Paige gasp. It is, I said. Tell them a man is trying to get into the donation area and asking about a customer's purchase. Tell them you feel unsafe. I can't just, yes, you can. Lee had slowed the car to a crawl. The dashboard flickered again. The wipers froze upright this time, black bars cutting the view into pieces. Come on, she whispered to the car. Don't do this. Paige, I said, lock the front door too. We don't lock during business hours. Then get another employee. There's only Ron in the back, and he's deaf in one ear, and the line filled with static, then dropped. I stared at the screen. Call failed. Lee pulled hard against the curb in front of a row of darkened storefronts. The engine stuttered. The wipers jerked once and stopped. Rain blurred the windshield until the streetlights became long yellow smears. No, Lee said. The engine died. Everything went quiet except the rain. Not silent. Never silent. The car clicked as it settled. The hazard relay ticked faintly when Lee punched the button. Outside, water ran along the curb in a gray rope, carrying leaves and cigarette filters toward the storm drain. Lee turned the key again. The engine tried once weakly, then gave up. Her face went very still. This is not related, she said. I know. It is my alternator or battery or the stupid wiring issue. It is not related. I know. I told myself I was going to fix it after closing. I said, Lee, don't be cheap. Just get the car looked at. And then the inspection bill came in, and the plumber said the shutoff valve in the basement is corroded, and I thought, one more week. Her voice had started to move too fast. Lee, she pressed both palms into her eyes. I hate this. I understood then that the concrete problem wasn't only the frame or the message or Paige alone in the store. It was that Lee's car had died 15 minutes from her house, in hard rain, with a hidden thing on my lap, and a store employee possibly dealing with the same man who had warned us not to open it in public. And my phone showed 18% battery. I'm calling 911, I said. Lee dropped her hands. For Paige, for the messages, for all of it, I dialed. The dispatcher who answered was calm in that professional way that makes you realize how shaky you sound. I gave the thrift store address, Paige's name, the older man's description, the unknown texts. I said I didn't know if there was an active break-in. I said the employee had mentioned someone at the donation door, and then the call dropped. Are you in immediate danger? The dispatcher asked. I looked at the rain-washed street. A bus moved past at the intersection, windows glowing with tired faces. A man with an umbrella hurried by without looking at us. I don't know, I said. Lee shut her eyes again. The dispatcher asked for our location. I gave the cross streets. She told us to remain in the vehicle if safe, keep doors locked, and said officers would be advised. She did not promise speed. She did not say everything would be fine. When I hung up, my phone buzzed again. Unknown, not police, cameras. Lee saw it and made a small, angry sound. Block it, she said. I need the messages as evidence. Then screenshot them. I am. My hands shook while I took screenshots. I hated that. Shaking felt like betrayal. My whole identity was being the person who noticed things, who stayed useful, who kept a clean head when others spiraled. But my thumb missed the button twice. Lee noticed and didn't comment. Instead, she leaned forward, peering through the wet windshield. There's a coffee shop 2 blocks up. We could go there, charge your phone, call a tow. We're supposed to stay in the car. If safe, she said. Is this safe? Because I can't see anything and the battery is dead and your phone is dying. We have my portable charger. It's in my glove box, in my bag. I reached down for my tote, then stopped. The frame on my lap had shifted under the plastic bag. The loose paper inside had slid again, and this time one corner had worked its way into the narrow gap where the backing bowed away from the frame. White paper, not yellowed, not old, white printer paper or drawing paper. There were waxy color marks on it. Red, purple, black. Lee followed my gaze. Do not open that in my dead car, she said. I'm not opening it. But I slid my nail under the plastic bag and pulled it away from the corner so I could see better. The brown backing had split near one edge. Not much, just enough that a triangular glimpse of the hidden page showed through beneath the farmhouse print. The colored marks were thick and uneven, like crayon. A red vertical line, a black rectangle, purple dots, and along the edge, printed in blocky child letters, only half visible, M-A-R-A, my name. Lee whispered, no. I moved the frame closer to my face. Mara, stop. It has my name on it. I see that. How does it have my name on it? I don't know. The car felt smaller again, but this time there was no room for denial. Spam texts could be faked. A strange man could guess or manipulate. A store employee could be mistaken. A car could die because cars die. But the paper inside the thrift store frame had my name on it in crayon. Lee unlocked her phone. I'm calling Paige back. Use speaker, she called the store. It rang. No answer. She tried again. No answer. I checked my phone battery. 15%. Lee said, we need to go back. The words surprised me so much that I looked at her. You want to go back? No. I want to be at home with dry socks and ugly plates. But Paige might be alone with that man. The dispatcher has the address. And if police take 20 minutes, she said officers would be advised. Lee laughed, sharp and humorless. That means nothing. She was right. And that made me angry because I needed someone to be wrong. We don't have a car, I said. We have feet. It's over a mile. It's rain, not lava. Lee, what? This could be exactly what whoever texted wants. Us moving around, not waiting for police. She stared at me through the dimness. Rainwater ran down the windshield between us and the street, warping her face in the yellow light. And staying here is what? She asked. Smart, safe. We are 2 women in a dead car with something that has your name on it. while the only person who might explain it isn't answering the phone. I didn't like her saying 2 women. I didn't like how quickly that changed the shape of the choices. In daylight, near traffic, in a city we knew, danger still had math. Who was stronger? Who knew where we were? Could reach whom first? I glanced in the side mirror. A dark sedan rolled slowly past us, too slowly. It continued to the corner, paused, and turned right without signaling. Lee saw me watching. Was that him? I couldn't see. What kind of car? Dark sedan. That narrows it down to half of Maine. My phone buzzed again. Unknown. Don't let Lee open it. We both froze. The message sat there, bright and intimate. Lee's name. Her hand went to her mouth. Nobody from the thrift store knew Lee's name. Paige might have heard it if I said it, but I hadn't. Norman hadn't been close enough when Lee used my name in the aisle. Maybe he had. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe there were a dozen ways. My mind started offering them desperately, like a vending machine spitting bad snacks. Lee whispered, "How does it know me?" "It's a person," I said, "not it." "How does he know me?" "I don't know." The phone buzzed again. Unknown. He is already looking for the receipt. Lee grabbed the frame off my lap. "Hey, I'm opening it." "No, you just told me not to." That was before it texted my name. "Lee, wait." She reached into the center console and pulled out a small multi-tool she kept for moving boxes and cutting zip ties. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the knife. "Public place. Cameras," she said. "We're in a dead car with fogged windows. That coffee shop has cameras. The gas station has cameras. The street has traffic cameras. Fine. Great. Let's go." She shoved the knife into her coat pocket, grabbed the frame, and pushed open the driver's door before I could stop her. Rain swept in, cold and sharp, peppering the dashboard and my jeans. I scrambled after her, bag over one shoulder, phone clutched in my hand. Outside, the air smelled like wet asphalt, exhaust, and the fried food grease from a takeout place down the block. The hazard lights on Lee's car blinked weakly behind us, orange pulses reflecting in puddles. We moved fast along the sidewalk, Lee carrying the frame flat against her chest under her coat like she was protecting it from the weather. Or hiding it. I couldn't tell which. "Slow down," I said. "No, we need to think." "I have been thinking for 2 years," she snapped, not looking back. "I thought before I spoke. I thought before I spent money. I thought before I made him angry. Thinking did not save me from anything. So right now we are going somewhere with lights and people, and we are opening the damn frame." That landed hard enough to stop me for half a step. She didn't stop. A bus roared by, throwing spray over the curb. I flinched back, cold water splashing my shoes and soaking my socks. Lee kept walking. At the corner, the dark sedan came back. It turned onto our street slowly, headlights washing over us, then over Lee's dead Subaru. Lee saw it this time. We both stopped under the buzzing sign of a laundromat. The sedan slowed beside the Subaru, its passenger window lowered halfway. A hand reached out and touched the roof of Lee's car, not breaking in, not yet, just touching it, claiming it, checking whether it was empty. Then the hand withdrew, and the sedan rolled forward toward us. Lee stepped backward into me. "Mara," she said. The sedan's headlights caught the rain between us, each drop bright for one white instant before vanishing. My phone battery blinked at 9%. The coffee shop was still a block away. The thrift store was behind us. The frame was under Lee's coat, with my name on a child's drawing hidden inside it. And the car was coming closer. The sedan rolled toward us slowly enough that I could hear its tires worrying through the water at the curb. That was the worst part. Speed would have made sense. Speed would have been panic, aggression, stupidity. This was careful. This was someone deciding how much space to take from us. Backed into me under the laundromat sign, the frame pressed beneath her coat. One hand gripping the lapel so tightly, her knuckles looked pale in the yellow wash from the window. Inside the laundromat, 3 dryers spun in a row, each one thumping with somebody's wet towels. The place was open, bright, and empty, except for a college-aged guy in headphones folding black t-shirts at a table near the back. "Keep walking," I said. My voice sounded too small against the rain. Lee didn't move. What if it's him? Then we don't stand here waiting to find out. The sedan's headlights slid across the sidewalk. For one blinding second, all I saw was rain lit white and the blurred outline of a person behind the wheel. Then a horn blasted. Lee made a sharp sound and nearly dropped the frame. The sedan swerved around a pothole full of water and kept going. As it passed, the driver leaned forward, not looking at us, but at the phone mounted on his dash. The passenger window was up. The car had a rideshare sticker in the corner. It wasn't stopping for us. It stopped at the curb 10 yards ahead. The rear door opened, and a woman in a parka climbed in, shouting, "Sorry, sorry, I didn't see you." The driver yelled back something about the rain. For 3 seconds, Lee and I just stood there, stupid with adrenaline. Then Lee bent forward, one hand on her knee, laughing without humor. "Oh my God, it touched your car." "What?" "The hand. Someone touched your car." She turned her head toward me, rain dripping from her eyelashes. "Mara, that was probably the woman checking if it was her ride." I looked back down the street at Lee's dead Subaru. The hazards blinked weakly. The curb beyond it was empty, probably. That word had started to feel like a door with a bad lock. Lee straightened and wiped rain off her mouth with her sleeve. Coffee shop. Now. We moved fast, keeping close to the buildings. The laundromat was on our right, then a shuttered vape shop with a metal gate pulled down, then a little tax office with a blue awning sagging under rainwater. Across the street, Forest Avenue traffic crawled south toward downtown. Red taillights smeared across the wet road. The thrift store was behind us, over a mile north. Lee's house was west in Westbrook, uselessly far without a car. The coffee shop sat ahead on the corner, its windows bright and fogged, the kind of place with exposed brick and a handwritten sign promising maple lattes. My phone was at 7%. I kept it tucked inside my jacket, screen against my palm, as if body heat could keep it alive. The first attempt was simple. Get inside, charge the phone, open the frame under cameras, and call the police again with whatever we found. It was the kind of plan that feels sturdy because it has steps. The coffee shop door pushed open with a bell jangle, and warm air hit us hard. Wet wool, burnt espresso, cinnamon. People looked up in the brief, annoyed way people look when weather enters a room with someone. There were 8 or 9 customers scattered around, 2 students with laptops, an older couple sharing a muffin, a man in work boots watching a video without headphones until the barista gave him a look. The barista, a woman in her late 20s with a septum ring and a green apron, said, "You two okay?" Lee was dripping onto the floor. I realized I was too. "Car trouble," Lee said quickly. "Can we use an outlet?" "Back wall," the barista said. "Try not to block the hallway." We took the little table nearest the corner, directly under a black dome security camera. Lee set the frame down flat between us and peeled her coat away from it. Plastic thrift store bag clung to the wood like shed skin. My hands had gone stiff from cold. I dug my portable charger out of my tote and plugged in my phone. Nothing. I pressed the button. 1 weak blue light blinked, then died. "No," I whispered. Lee stared at it. "You charged it." "I thought I did." "When?" "I don't know. Last week." She shut her eyes. "Mara, I know. My phone is at 12. Use mine." She handed it over with the tight, reluctant motion of someone giving up her last match. I called the thrift store first. It rang until the voicemail picked up with Paige's recorded voice, cheerful and flat. "Thanks for calling Pine Tree Community Thrift. Our hours are." I hung up and called 911 again. The dispatcher was different this time. I gave our names, our location, the original call details, the unknown texts, the thrift store, Paige, the dead car. My words started tripping over each other, and Lee reached across the table and tapped 2 fingers beside the frame. "Slow down." I did. The dispatcher asked if we had a current visual on the suspicious male. "No," I said, "but someone may be at the thrift store." The employee stopped answering. "We're at a coffee shop now." "Officers have been assigned to check the store," she said. "When?" "I don't have an exact arrival time." "Can someone come here? Are you being followed or threatened at your current location?" I looked around. Students, laptops, steaming cups, a man scraping a chair across tile. "I don't know." There was a pause, not judgmental, procedural. "Ma'am, preserve the messages. Stay in a public area. If the person appears or you feel in immediate danger, call back. An officer may contact you when available." May. When I hung up, Lee's face said she had heard enough. "Okay," she said. "We open it." The barista glanced over when Lee unfolded the multi-tool under the table. "Don't make it look like a weapon," I muttered. "It is literally a tiny knife on a keychain." "She doesn't know that." Lee's fingers were clumsy from cold and stress. She turned the frame over. The fresh tape shone under the coffee shop lights. The brittle paper backing had split wider along the lower left corner, where the white hidden page pressed outward like it wanted air. The first strip of packing tape came up with a sticky shriek. The older couple looked over. Lee froze. "Keep going," I whispered. She peeled more slowly. The tape lifted fibers from the old brown paper, leaving pale scars. Under it, someone had written a small number in pencil on the wood frame. Not a price, not a date, just 17, pressed hard enough to dent the wood. Lee glanced at me. "Mean anything?" "No." She cut the second strip. The backing loosened. Inside the frame, the farmhouse print shifted, and the hidden paper slid beneath it. Then the coffee shop lights went out. Several people gasped at once. The espresso machine gave a dying hiss. The music cut. For half a second, the room was all rain against windows and bodies holding their breath. Lee grabbed my wrist so hard it hurt. Outside, the streetlights stayed on. Then the emergency lights above the hallway clicked alive, 2 red squares glowing near the bathrooms. A beat later, the barista shouted, "It's okay, power flicker. Happens when the transformer down the block gets wet." The work boot man said, "Again." "Again," the barista said, sounding annoyed rather than afraid. Misdirection. Realistic. Explainable. But Lee's fingers had left crescents in my skin. The lights came back after maybe 30 seconds. Everyone released their nervous laughter into the room like steam. I looked down. The frame was gone. For a second, I couldn't understand the table. Lee's phone was there, my dead charger, our wet napkins, a smear of old adhesive, no frame. Lee made a sound that was almost a word. I stood too fast, chair legs shrieking. "Where is it?" The student nearest us pulled one earbud out. "What?" "The frame," I said. "There was a frame right here." The barista looked over. "Everything okay?" Lee was already on her feet, scanning the room. Nobody leaves. Of course people reacted badly to that. The work boot man said, "Excuse me." The older couple stiffened. The woman student lifted both hands like she wanted no part of us. The barista came around the counter. "Hey, what's going on?" "Someone took our frame during the outage," Lee said. "It was right here," I said. The barista frowned toward the door. "No one left." "The hallway," Lee said. We turned. A narrow hall led to the bathrooms and a rear exit marked staff only, the red emergency light still glowing above it. A wet footprint marked the tile near the hallway entrance. Then another. And at the edge of the hall, leaning half behind a trash can, was the frame. Not taken, moved. The farmhouse print faced outward, crooked behind the glass. Lee and I didn't move at first. The barista said, "Is that it?" I walked over slowly. My shoes squeaked on the tile. The frame was wedged beside the trash can, as if someone had picked it up in the dark, panicked, and dropped it there. Or as if someone wanted us to follow it. The back was partly open now. The hidden paper had slid out another inch, enough to show more crayon. A black shape like a car, a red shape beside it, purple dots falling from above, and the lower half of a stick figure with brown hair lying near a curb. I crouched, breathing too fast. Lee whispered behind me, "Don't touch it." "I have to." "No, you don't." But I did. I picked it up by the edges and carried it back under the camera. The second attempt formed out of fear. Use the coffee shop camera footage. If someone had moved the frame, the camera would show who. A person. A face. An answer. The barista's name was Tessa Green, 28, female, from Scarborough, as she told us while trying to be helpful and deeply irritated at the same time. She said the cameras recorded to a little office computer in the back, but only the owner had the password. "Can you call him?" Lee asked. "I can text him." "Text him now." Tessa hesitated. "I don't know what you think happened, but I can't just let customers review security footage." "Someone stole something from our table during a power outage and moved it by your back exit," Lee said. "That feels like a security issue." Tessa looked at the frame, then at us. "Is there something valuable in it?" "No," I said. Lee said, "Maybe." Tessa's expression tightened. "Which is it?" I could hear how insane we sounded. Wet women with a thrift store frame, demanding camera footage, claiming texts and strange men and hidden drawings. The ordinary world has a way of refusing to bend around your emergency until you can make it look like paperwork. Tessa texted the owner. No response. Lee tried Paige again. No answer. Then her phone rang. Unknown number. We stared at it. Lee let it ring twice, then answered on speaker without speaking. For a moment, there was only rain or static. Then a man's voice said, "Are you at Bean and Birch?" Tessa, standing beside us, went pale. "How does he know my shop?" Lee's eyes locked on mine. I said, "Who is this?" The voice was low and breathy, like the caller was walking fast. "You need to get out of there. The cameras are fake." Tessa snapped. "They are not fake." The caller continued as if she hadn't spoken. Over the corner table isn't wired. Only the register and backdoor record." "How do you know that?" Lee demanded. "Because I installed them." Tessa went still. The caller said, "Listen carefully. The drawing is not the threat. The frame is a message. If you stay where you are, he'll come inside and make it look like you stole something from him." "Who?" I asked. A pause, then Norman Bell. Lee sucked in a breath. Tessa whispered, "I'm calling the police." "Do that," the caller said, "but don't wait there." "Who are you?" I asked again. "My name is Aaron Price," he said. "I used to do maintenance for Pine Tree Community Thrift and half the businesses on that block. The woman who donated that frame wasn't supposed to." She panicked. "What woman?" "Her name is Elise Bell. Norman's wife, daughter, sister." The name hit the table between us, but before I could ask, the call crackled. Aaron spoke faster. "If the drawing has your name, then he matched the wrong person or he changed the plan. Either way, you're visible now." "Matched me how?" "Receipt, card, plate, camera. I don't know yet." Lee said, "What does the drawing show?" Aaron didn't answer immediately. "What does it show?" she repeated, his voice lowered. "A staged accident." The room seemed to tilt slightly. Tessa had her phone to her ear now, talking to a dispatcher in short, clipped bursts. Aaron said, "Get to the rear exit. There's an alley behind Bean and Birch. It connects to Brackett Lane, then to the municipal lot. More cameras there. Don't go back to the street." Lee looked toward the hallway where the frame had been moved. I said, "Why should we trust you?" "Don't," he said. "Just don't trust him more." The line went dead. Lee lowered the phone. Tessa was still talking to 911, watching us like we had become a problem she couldn't return to the counter. "We're not going into an alley because a stranger told us to," I said. "We're also not staying under a fake camera," Lee said. "It might not be fake." Tessa covered her phone. "The corner dome is fake." Lee looked at me. I hated that. I hated facts arriving one by one in ways that helped the fear. The third attempt was to wait for police at the coffee shop anyway. Tessa locked the front door. The customers grumbled, then quieted when she said there had been a security issue. The older couple moved away from the windows. The students packed their laptops, but didn't leave. Lee and I sat near the counter now, where the real camera pointed down at the register. We finally opened the frame. Lee cut the remaining tape. The backing came away with a dry crackle. The farmhouse print slid out first. Behind it was the child's drawing. It was on plain white paper, creased in quarters, done in crayon with the heavy-handed pressure of a young kid. There was a street with purple rain, a black car near a curb, a brown-haired stick woman lying partly in the road, red scribbled around one leg. Above her, in uneven block letters, MARA hit by car. Below that, in smaller letters, written by an adult hand in blue pen, not this one unless she keeps it. No one spoke. My skin seemed to shrink around me. Lee touched the edge of the page, but didn't pick it up. Not this one, she said. What does that mean? I couldn't look away from the red around the drawn leg. In the picture, the stick woman's face had 2 dots and a line. No terror, no expression, just a person reduced to an event. Tessa's dispatcher asked something on the phone. Tessa answered, yes, they found a threatening note. Then the front door handle rattled. Everyone turned. A man stood outside in the rain, hood up, one hand cupped around his eyes to see through the glass. Not Norman, younger, broad shoulders, dark beard. He knocked twice and pointed at the locked door like a normal customer, confused by a locked coffee shop during business hours. Tessa called, "We're closed." He didn't leave. He pointed again, more sharply. Lee folded the drawing and shoved it into her coat pocket. "Mara," she whispered, "back door." The man outside stepped closer to the glass. Then he held up something in his other hand. A phone. On its screen was a photo of me and Lee sitting at the corner table, taken through the rainy window before the lights went out. The customers began moving then. Chairs scraped. Someone swore. Tessa, still on the phone with 911, backed toward the counter. The man smiled, not wide, just enough. Then he turned and walked out of sight toward the side of the building, the direction of the alley. Lee grabbed the frame with one hand and my sleeve with the other. "We go now," she said. "The alley front door is him. Street is him. Police aren't here. We move." We went through the hallway past the bathrooms, past the trash can where the frame had been planted. The rear exit had a push bar and a small square window wired with safety mesh. Beyond it was a narrow service alley slick with rain, dumpsters on one side, brick wall on the other, a strip of gray sky overhead. Tessa shouted behind us, "Wait," police said, "Stay inside." Then glass broke at the front of the shop. Not all the way in. Not a full window shattering. A hard crack. A spiderweb burst. A customer screamed. That was the point where choice ended. Lee slammed the push bar. Cold rain hit us again, harder in the narrow alley, bouncing off brick and metal lids. The door swung shut behind us with a heavy click that sounded final. The alley ran left toward Brackett Lane and the municipal lot Aaron had mentioned. To the right, it dead-ended behind the strip of storefronts, fenced off with chain link and stacked pallets. A security light buzzed above a dumpster, throwing everything into greenish angles. Lee started left. Halfway down the alley, a figure stepped out from behind the dumpster. Navy rain jacket, no logo cap, Norman Bell. He looked soaked, older, and much closer than he should have been. In one hand, he held Lee's thrift store receipt, wet and curled. In the other, a compact black flashlight. He looked at the frame under Lee's arm, then at me. "You opened it," he said. Behind us, the coffee shop rear door clicked, locked automatically. In front of us, Norman shifted just enough to block the way to Brackett Lane. And from the street side of the building, footsteps splashed fast toward the alley mouth. Norman Bell stood in the alley like he had been placed there. Rain ran off the brim of his plain cap and down the sides of his face. The compact flashlight in his right hand wasn't on. The receipt in his left hand looked soft from water, the orange thrift store logo bleeding at the corner. Behind him, the alley narrowed toward Brackett Lane, toward the municipal lot Aaron Price had told us about, toward lights and cameras and maybe people. Behind us, footsteps splashed closer from the street side of the building. Lee's grip tightened on my sleeve. Norman looked at the frame under her arm, then at the pocket of her coat, where the folded drawing made a square against the wet fabric. "You should have left it," he said. His voice was tired, almost gentle, and that made me hate him more. Lee said, "Move." He didn't. The footsteps behind us slowed. Not stopped, slowed. The younger bearded man came into view at the alley mouth, the same man from the coffee shop window. Dark beard, black raincoat, broad shoulders hunched against the weather. He held his phone low at his side now. In the greenish security light over the dumpster, his face looked ordinary in the worst way. A guy you'd let pass you at a grocery store without remembering him. Norman spoke without turning around. "Derek, stay there, Derek." A name made him more real. Not a shadow, not a movie threat. A man with wet hair plastered to his forehead and muddy cuffs on his jeans. Lee's voice came out sharp. "What do you want?" "The drawing," Norman said. "Why?" "Because it doesn't belong to you. It has her name on it." Norman's eyes flicked toward me. That was a mistake. I felt my stomach twist. The rain hit the metal dumpster lid beside us with thousands of tiny clicks. From inside bean and birch, muffled through brick and a locked door, someone was crying. Tessa, maybe, or one of the students. The cracked front glass had changed everything. People would scatter. Police would come eventually. Eventually had become a useless word. I said, "Who was it supposed to be?" Norman's mouth tightened. Derek took one step into the alley. Lee pulled the frame higher against her ribs. "Don't come closer." Derek gave a short laugh. "Lady, I'm not scared of a picture frame." "No," Lee said. "You're scared of what's in it, though." That landed. I saw it in his eyes. Norman saw it too. "Derek." "What?" Derek snapped. "They already opened it. And you were told not to improvise." "Yeah. Well, she called the cops twice." The word cops moved through the alley like heat. Norman looked at me again. The exhaustion in his face thinned, revealing something harder beneath it. "You don't understand what you walked into," he said. "Then explain it." "No, because if you explain it, it sounds insane. Because explaining wastes time." Lee laughed once, breathless and furious. "You don't get to talk about wasting time. You followed us, broke a coffee shop window, stole my receipt, and trapped us in an alley." "I didn't break the window," Norman said. Derek shifted. Lee looked at Derek. "Right. Employee of the month did." Derek's jaw flexed. Norman lifted the receipt slightly. "You paid by card, Mara. The receipt has the last 4 digits. The store system logs the authorization. Not your full address, but enough if someone knows where to look. You should never have bought it." My brain did what it always did when fear got too large. It sorted details: receipt, card, authorization, plate camera. He hadn't needed magic. He needed systems. He needed people who knew how to pull on information. The drawing in Lee's pocket crackled in the rain. I said, "Elise donated it." Norman went very still. Lee caught the change. "That's your wife." He didn't answer. "Daughter?" I asked. His eyes hardened. Then I understood. Not because he told me, because his face hurt before it went blank. "Granddaughter," I said. Derek muttered, "Jesus." Norman's head turned a fraction. Quiet. The little boy at the thrift store had said the wrong picture was hiding. A child knew when paper was hidden inside a frame. A child made drawings, but the handwriting underneath hadn't been a child's. "Not this one unless she keeps it." I said, "Who wrote the note?" Norman looked past me toward the alley mouth, listening. Lee whispered, "Mara." I heard it then too. Sirens, faint, not close enough. Somewhere beyond Forest Avenue, bouncing between wet buildings. Derek heard them and panicked. "We're out of time," he said, and came at us. Everything compressed. His shoes slapped water. Lee shoved the frame into my chest and reached into her coat pocket. I staggered back, catching the frame with both arms. Derek grabbed Lee's shoulder. She brought the multi-tool up, not like a trained fighter, not like someone in a movie. Like a frightened woman cutting tape on moving boxes who suddenly had a blade in her hand and no room for mercy. She slashed at his forearm. Derek yelled and let go. The sound was ugly, real, more anger than pain at first. Then he looked at his sleeve, where rain darkened the black fabric and something darker spread underneath. "You," Lee backed into me. Her face had gone gray. "I told you," she said, voice shaking. "Don't come closer." Norman moved then, faster than I expected for a man his age. He didn't go for Lee. He went for the drawing. His hand hit my shoulder and knocked me sideways into the dumpster. Pain cracked through my upper arm. The frame slipped. I clutched it hard enough that the broken trim bit into my palm. The glass popped loose, not shattered, loose. It slid halfway out of the frame with a wet squeak. Norman grabbed for Lee's coat pocket. Lee twisted away, but Derek, furious now, caught her from behind with his uninjured arm and drove her into the brick wall. Her head hit with a dull, flat sound. "Lee," she sagged, but didn't fall. Her mouth opened. No sound came out. The multi-tool clattered into the water near the dumpster. My body moved before my thinking caught up. I swung the frame. Not well. Not hard enough to knock anyone out. I hit Derek across the side of the head with the wood edge. The loose glass slid free and dropped, smashing on the alley pavement between us. Derek cursed and let go of Lee to protect his face. Lee slid down the wall, one hand in her pocket. Norman lunged again. I kicked the broken glass toward him. He flinched. Just a second, enough. I grabbed Lee under one arm. "Up." She blinked at me, unfocused. "What? Up now?" The sirens were louder. Still not here. Never here when a second mattered. Norman stepped over the glass. "Give me the drawing." I surprised myself by laughing. It came out ragged and strange. "You keep saying that like we're negotiating. You have no idea what Derek is willing to do." Derek spat rainwater and blood onto the ground. Norman didn't look at him. The older man's voice dropped. "That drawing can put my family in prison." "There it is," Lee whispered. She was coming back to herself. Not all the way, but enough. I said, "For what?" Norman's face twitched. "An accident. A staged accident." He said nothing. "Who died?" Rain ran down his face. For a moment he looked empty. "Not died," he said. "Not yet. That was worse." Lee's fingers moved inside her pocket. She pulled out the folded drawing, damp at the corners. Norman's eyes locked on it. "Give it to me," he said. Lee held it higher. "No," Derek took another step. "I'll break your hand." Lee looked at him, and whatever she saw in his face scared her. I felt it, the shift from threat to decision. We couldn't fight both of them. Not in an alley. Not with Lee concussed, maybe. Not with my right palm cut from the frame, blood mixing with rain and running down my wrist. We needed distance. We needed cameras. We needed the municipal lot. I looked past Norman. He had blocked the center of the alley, but not all of it. On his left, between the dumpster and the brick wall, there was a narrow gap slick with greasy water and soggy cardboard. Too narrow for Derek. Maybe wide enough for me. Lee saw my eyes move. "No," she whispered. Norman heard that and turned slightly. That was all the permission my body needed. I shoved the broken frame at him. He caught it by reflex. The farmhouse print, wet and loose, slapped against his chest. I grabbed Lee's hand and ran. Not through the center, through the gap. The dumpster scraped my hip. A broken pallet tore my jeans and opened skin above my knee. Lee stumbled behind me, shoulder hitting brick, breath punching out of her. Norman swore. Derek came after us, but jammed against the dumpster with his bigger body and bad arm. "Go," Lee gasped. Brackett Lane was only 20 yards ahead, but it felt longer because rain makes every surface dishonest. My shoes slipped twice. My cut palm burned. Lee was half running, half falling, one hand pressed to the back of her head. Behind us, Norman shouted, "Derek, the car, the drawing. Black car, purple rain, red around the leg. A staged accident. Municipal lot opened beyond Brackett Lane. A wide rectangle of wet asphalt bordered by a low brick wall and a row of city trash cans. Lights on metal poles buzzed overhead. A blue sign near the entrance said public parking pay by plate. There were cameras mounted on the payment kiosk and on the corner of the adjacent city office building. Aaron had told the truth about that part. Across the lot, a black sedan sat idling, headlights off, engine running. Exhaust steamed behind it. Lee slowed. "Mara," the sedan's brake lights flashed. Then the headlights came on. White light flooded the lot. For one frozen second, the drawing and the world matched. Purple rain. Black car, me. Lee shoved me sideways. The sedan surged forward. There was no dramatic engine roar, just tires spitting water and a low mechanical push. We ran left, not straight. Lee's teacher voice cut through the panic, loud and raw. "Zigzag, not the middle," the sedan corrected. It was aiming for me. I heard myself breathing. Too loud, too fast. The lot had concrete wheel stops, a payment kiosk, a row of parked cars near the far fence. The city office building on our right had a recessed doorway with a metal handrail and 2 steps. I ran for the handrail. The sedan came faster. Lee screamed my name. I hit the steps badly. My torn knee slammed concrete. Pain flared white. I grabbed the handrail with my cut hand and nearly lost my grip because of the blood. The sedan jumped the curb where I had been a second before and struck the payment kiosk instead. Metal screamed. The kiosk bent sideways. The car's front bumper crumpled, airbags punching white inside the cabin. For half a second, there was only the hiss of rain on the hood. Then the driver door opened. Derek spilled out. Not Norman. Derek. He had blood on one side of his face from the frame, and his left arm hung stiff from Lee's cut. The airbag powder dusted his beard white. He looked dazed but upright, alive, angry. He staggered toward me. I tried to stand. My knee folded. Lee was across the lot near a parked van, one hand on the brick wall, the other holding the drawing. She looked unsteady, too far away. Derek saw that too. He changed direction, toward Lee. Norman appeared at the mouth of Brackett Lane, breathing hard, the broken frame still in one hand. He stopped when he saw the crashed sedan. For the first time, real fear crossed his face. "Derek," he shouted. "Leave it." Derek didn't. Lee backed along the wall. Behind her was the lot exit, then Forest Avenue traffic. To her right, a chain link fence. To her left, parked cars. No clean path. I forced myself up using the handrail. My knee screamed. My palm slipped again. I almost went down. "Tessa called police," I shouted. "There are cameras here." Derek didn't even look at me. Lee unfolded the drawing. In the hard white light from the sedan's headlights, it looked childish and awful. A crayon prophecy that wasn't prophecy at all. A plan, a sketch, maybe a rehearsal, maybe one of several. Lee held it up toward the camera on the city building. Norman shouted, "Don't." Derek lunged. Lee did the only thing she could. She shoved the drawing into her mouth, not all of it. She bit down on one corner and tore. Derek stopped, shocked. Lee spat the wet paper into the rain, then tore again with both hands, ripping the drawing down the center. "No," Norman screamed. Derek hit her, open-handed, hard across the face. Lee fell against the wall. I picked up a broken piece of the payment kiosk from the ground. Plastic and metal, jagged on one side. I moved toward them, limping, knowing I wouldn't get there in time. Then Norman tackled Derek. Not cleanly, not heroically. He crashed into him from the side, both older man desperation and betrayal. They hit the wet pavement together. Derek's head struck the asphalt with a sound that made my teeth hurt. Lee slid down the wall, clutching half the drawing. Norman got on top of Derek and grabbed his jacket. "You stupid bastard," Norman said. "You were supposed to scare her, not kill her in front of cameras." There it was, not supernatural, not fate. A plan that had gone wrong because people do stupid things under pressure. Derek groaned and tried to shove him off. Norman turned toward me, face twisted. "You don't understand. Elise was going to ruin everything. Elise is a child. My granddaughter," he snapped. "She draws what she hears. She drew Derek's job before it happened. She drew the woman in Scarborough. She drew the teacher." Lee lifted her head. "The teacher," she whispered. Norman heard himself. I saw it happen. Saw the words catch up with him. A teacher, Lee, wrong woman, right profession. Or another one. My stomach dropped. Derek bucked, throwing Norman sideways. Norman hit the pavement near the broken kiosk. Derek crawled toward Lee, not fast now, but still moving. The sirens finally flooded the street. Close. Red and blue light began to pulse against the wet buildings beyond the lot. Derek looked toward the entrance, then at Lee, then at the torn drawing pieces dissolving in the rain. He made one last grab for the half in Lee's hand. I reached them and swung the kiosk piece down against his injured forearm. He screamed. It wasn't brave. It wasn't clean. I hit bone or muscle or both, and the shock traveled up my own arm so hard I dropped the plastic. Derek curled around himself, cursing, and Lee kicked backward at his knee with the heel of her boot. He went down fully. Norman tried to stand. I picked up Lee's multi-tool from where she had somehow kept it after all. Or maybe it had fallen from her pocket in the lot. I don't remember. Memory gets messy at the edges. I only remember the tiny blade slick with rain and my hand around it. "Stay down," I said. Norman looked at me. For the first time, he seemed to understand that I might cut him. Not because I wanted to, because I had run out of other choices. Police cars turned into the municipal lot with tires hissing over water. 2 officers got out fast, hands near their belts, shouting commands that overlapped and echoed off the brick. "Drop it. Hands where we can see them. Step away." I dropped the multi-tool so quickly it bounced off the pavement. Lee started crying then. Not loud. Her face crumpled in a private way that made me look away for half a second, even though I didn't want to stop watching Derek. An officer moved between us and the men. Another came to me, asking if I was injured, asking my name, asking what happened. I tried to answer. Nothing organized came out. Lee held up the torn half of the drawing with shaking fingers. "It's evidence," she said. "Please, don't let the rain take it." The officer took it carefully, like it might break, which it was already doing. Across the lot, Norman sat on the pavement in the rain, handcuffed, his face slack and gray. Derek lay on his side, bleeding from his arm and forehead, swearing into the asphalt while an officer pressed him down. The black sedan hissed where it had struck the kiosk. The camera above us watched. The broken frame lay near Brackett Lane, the farmhouse print soaked and trampled, yellow field turning to mush. I sat on the curb because my knee had stopped pretending it could hold me. Lee crawled the few feet to me before anyone could stop her and put her forehead against my shoulder. Her hair smelled like rain, coffee, and blood. "We didn't die," she whispered. I looked at the crushed car, the bent kiosk, the red streak on Lee's cheek, the piece of drawing in the officer's hand. "No," I said, but part of me had been left in that crayon road, under purple rain, waiting for headlights. The ambulance smelled like vinyl, wet wool, and the kind of antiseptic that tries too hard. I sat on the bench seat with my cut hand wrapped in gauze, and my bad knee propped awkwardly against a folded blanket. Every time the EMT touched the torn skin through my jeans, a bright little pain snapped up my thigh and made my teeth click together. Across from me, Lee sat very still while another EMT shined a penlight into her eyes. "Follow my finger," he said. "I teach 3rd grade," Lee said, voice flat. "I can follow a finger. Great, then this will be easy." She did follow it, but slowly. Her cheek had already started to swell where Derek had hit her, and there was a shallow split at her hairline where the brick wall had caught her. Blood had dried in a thin brown line behind her ear, disappearing into rain-dark hair. I kept looking at it. She noticed. "Stop," she said. "I'm not doing anything. You're cataloging my head wound. I'm worried." "I know. Your worrying has a face." The EMT asked Lee if she knew where she was. "Portland," she said. "Municipal lot off Forest. Worst thrift trip of my life." He nodded. "And what day is it?" "Saturday." "What's your name?" "Lee March." He asked her if she had lost consciousness. She said no. I said, maybe for a second. Lee glared at me, but the EMT wrote it down. Outside the open rear doors, police lights painted the rain red, then blue, then red again. The municipal parking lot had turned into a bright little disaster. Derek's black sedan sat nose first against the bent payment kiosk, its airbags hanging limp through the broken windshield. A tow truck idled near the entrance. Officers moved between the coffee shop alley, the crashed car, and Lee's dead Subaru 2 blocks away, which somebody had finally found and marked with orange cones. Norman Bell sat in the back of a cruiser. I saw him once through the rain-streaked window. His cap was gone. Without it, he looked smaller and older, his gray hair pasted flat to his skull. He wasn't shouting. He wasn't fighting. He just sat with his head tilted down, like he had gotten tired of holding up the shape of his own life. Derek was on the pavement longer than I expected, not because he was badly hurt enough to die. He was, but because everyone treated him carefully after what he had tried to do with the car. His left forearm was bleeding through a pressure bandage. His forehead had split from the crash, or the frame, maybe both. When officers finally lifted him onto a stretcher, he cursed at them with a stunned, childish anger that made him seem less powerful and somehow more disgusting. He looked at me once. I looked away first. I hated that. A detective came to speak to us at Maine Medical Center just after midnight. By then, I had 6 stitches in my palm, a bruised shoulder, and a knee cleaned so thoroughly it felt like someone had scrubbed the skin off with gravel. Lee had a mild concussion, 2 butterfly closures near her hairline, and instructions not to be alone for the next 24 hours. She was furious about that until the nurse said, "Then pick someone you trust," and Lee stopped arguing. We sat in an exam room with beige walls, a clock that clicked too loudly, and a curtain printed with blue dots that looked cheerful in a bureaucratic way. Lee had an ice pack against her face. I had one sock on because the other had been cut off at some point, and neither of us could remember why. Detective Ruth Calder, 46, female, introduced herself with a handshake she made gentle after seeing my bandage. She had short black hair streaked with gray at the temples, tired eyes, and a voice that stayed level even when she was telling us things that made my stomach clench. "We're still sorting through it," she said, "so I'm going to be careful about what I say." Lee leaned back against the pillow. "That means it's worse. It means it's early. Same thing, usually." Detective Calder didn't smile, but something softened near her eyes. She confirmed Paige was alive. That was the first thing she said, maybe because she knew it was the thing we needed most. Paige had locked herself in the employee restroom after the donation door banging and called her manager from there when the phone lines got spotty. Ron, the older employee in the back, had never heard the knocking because he'd been sorting furniture near the loading dock with earbuds in. He was embarrassed about that. Paige was shaken, but physically okay. Lee closed her eyes and whispered, "Good." Norman had gone to the thrift store after we left and asked about us. He had tried to get access to the donation area cameras and the sales terminal. Paige refused. He then called Derek. That part came from Norman's phone records and Derek's first angry blurts after the crash, according to Calder. "The receipt?" I asked. "Recovered from Mr. Bell's pocket," Calder said. "It had Ms. March's plates on it and your frame purchase. We're investigating how he got it. It appears he either took it from the trash near the front register or from the bagging counter." Lee stared at the ceiling. "I knew I should have said no to the plates." "You said yes to the plates before we found out crime uses receipts," I said. Her mouth twitched once. Detective Calder continued. "The drawing is being dried and preserved. The portion Ms. March kept is usable. We recovered several fragments from the lot as well. The rain damaged them, but not completely." "Usable for what?" Lee asked. "Evidence." She said it plainly, not dramatically. Evidence. A word that made the nightmare sit down in a chair and fill out forms. The drawing had been made by Elise Bell, Norman's 8-year-old granddaughter. Calder was careful with that too. Elise lived with her mother, Hannah Bell, 31, female, in Falmouth. Hannah was Norman's daughter. Derek Cole, 36, male, was Hannah's boyfriend on paper. Though Calder's tone suggested boyfriend, was a thin word for whatever Derek had really become in that family. He had done repossession work, some private security jobs, and occasional collections for men who preferred cash and silence. Norman Bell had owned a small property maintenance company before retiring. He still had keys, alarm codes, and camera knowledge for half a dozen small businesses between Forest Avenue and Deering, because people forgot to update those things when an old, reliable man stopped being officially useful. Aaron Price was real. He had worked under Norman years earlier, installing cameras, patching drywall, changing locks. He had not called us because he was a hero. He had called because Elise's mother had contacted him first. "Elise hid the drawing in the frame," Calder said. "Or that's what her mother believes." Hannah Bell dropped the frame at the thrift store donation area this afternoon. She says she panicked after Derek came home looking for it. Lee lowered the ice pack. "Why not bring it straight to the police?" Calder looked at her for a long moment. "Fear, confusion, lack of trust. Pick one. Pick all three." I understood that more than I wanted to. Hannah had planned to leave Derek. Elise had been drawing things she shouldn't have known about, not because she had visions, not because the world was bending, but because adults think children aren't listening when they discuss plans in kitchens, garages, basements, and cars. Elise heard names, places, half sentences. She turned them into pictures. A black car, rain, a woman near a curb, a teacher, a number. 17, I said suddenly. Calder looked at me. The number on the frame, 17. She nodded slowly. We found similar numbers written on 2 other frames in the Bell home. We don't know what they correspond to yet. Lee went still. I felt the exam room shrink. 2 other frames, she said. At least, Calder replied. What about the woman in Scarborough? I asked. Calder's face gave nothing away. There is an open investigation into a hit and run from last month. I can't discuss details, but it's connected. I can't discuss details, she said again. That was answer enough. The teacher was less clear. Lee was a teacher, yes, but nothing in the recovered messages showed Derek had targeted her specifically before we bought the frame. Calder believed Mara on the drawing may not have been me at first. The name could have been added after the sale, or it could have referred to someone else entirely. Or Elise could have heard my name in the thrift store when Lee said it. The adult note complicated everything. Not this one unless she keeps it. Calder said they were comparing the handwriting to samples from Hannah, Norman, and Derek. And if it's Hannah, I asked, then it may have been a warning. And if it's Norman, then it may have been a threat. And if it's Derek, Calder didn't answer immediately. Lee said, then it was a plan. The detective's silence did not correct her. I spent that night at Lee's new house in Westbrook because the doctor told her not to sleep alone. And because my apartment suddenly felt like a place with too many windows. Her house smelled like fresh paint, wet basement, and cardboard boxes. The blue plates sat on her kitchen counter where a neighbor had placed them after retrieving things from her car. One had cracked cleanly down the middle. Lee stared at it for a long time. Hospital cafeteria tried to be French, she said. I laughed and then cried so abruptly it scared both of us. Not sobbing, nothing cinematic, just water out of my face while I stood in someone else's kitchen with one sock, one bandaged hand, and dried blood under my fingernails. Lee put her good arm around me, careful of my shoulder, and we stayed like that until the refrigerator hummed on and made us both flinch. She made tea because that was something to do. I checked the locks because that was something I always did. Then I checked them again because pretending not to be myself wasn't going to help anyone. Twice is fine, Lee said from the couch. What? The locks? Twice is fine. 3 times is Derek winning. I kept my hand on the deadbolt. Then I let go. We didn't sleep much. Lee dozed in short, startled bursts with the lamp on. I sat in the armchair near the front window and watched rain slide down the glass until morning turned the street a pale, exhausted gray. At 7, my phone charged enough to turn back on. There were voicemails from a number I didn't recognize. I almost handed it to Lee without listening, but she was asleep with the ice pack melting into a dish towel on her lap. So I stepped into the kitchen and pressed play. The first was from Aaron Price. His voice sounded worse than it had on the phone, hoarse and scraped thin. This is Aaron. Detective Calder has my statement, but I wanted to say I'm sorry. I didn't know Derek had followed you until after. Hannah told me the frame was gone. I guessed the coffee shop because you were headed that way when I saw you leave the dead Subaru on Brackett's side. I should have called police first. I did after. I know that doesn't fix it. The second voicemail was shorter. Elise is safe. Hannah too, for now. That's all I can say. The third was just breathing for 2 seconds, then a click. No caller ID. Same number, different. I couldn't tell from the phone display because the hospital Wi-Fi had scrambled the call log into a mess of timestamps and failed syncs. I stood there with the phone against my ear long after the message ended. Behind me, Lee said, "Who was it?" I turned. She was awake, pale and bruised, one eye puffy, hair sticking up on one side like a child S. "Aaron," I said, mostly. One blank message. She absorbed that. Then she nodded toward the phone. "Send it to Calder." "I will." She watched me. Now, so I did. The legal part stretched over weeks. That's the thing nobody tells you about surviving something violent. The event ends, but the paperwork keeps touching you. I gave statements. Lee gave statements. Tessa gave statements. Paige gave statements. The students from the coffee shop sent videos they had taken after the glass cracked. The municipal lot cameras caught enough. Derek driving at me, the crash, Norman shouting about cameras, Lee holding up the drawing, Derek grabbing for it, Norman saying more than he meant to say. Derek Cole was charged first. Assault, reckless conduct with a dangerous weapon, attempted aggravated assault, tampering with evidence. Later, more charges were added, though Calder never gave me a neat list over the phone. Norman Bell's charges came slower, wrapped in words like conspiracy, obstruction, witness intimidation. Hannah Bell was not charged. Elise was placed somewhere safe with her mother, while people with clipboards and soft voices decided what safe meant. The woman in Scarborough survived. I learned that from the news, not from Calder. A 41-year-old dental hygienist named Mara Kelleher had been struck in a rainy parking lot outside a pharmacy and left with a shattered pelvis, a broken wrist, and no memory of the car. Mara, not me, the wrong Mara. I read that article 3 times in my apartment at 2 in the morning, my hand throbbing inside its splint. Then I threw up in the sink. Lee started physical therapy for her neck. I changed the route I walked to work. For a while, every black sedan slowed my breathing. Every child's drawing taped to a refrigerator in an estate sale kitchen made me look twice. I hated myself for that. Children deserved crayons without adults turning them into evidence. 3 months later, Lee invited me over for dinner. Her house looked more like a home by then. Curtains, a rug, books on shelves instead of in stacks. The basement still smelled like wet stone, but less aggressively. The cracked blue plate had been glued back together and mounted on the kitchen wall, gold paint brushed into the seam in a messy imitation of kintsugi. That is unbelievably pretentious, I said. I know, Lee said. I love it. We ate soup at her little table, while sleet ticked against the windows. She told me one of her students had called a stapler the paper crocodile. I told her about an estate sale in Yarmouth where I found 47 identical ceramic ducks in a linen closet. We laughed more easily than we had in months, though not quite as easily as before. Before had become a country we could describe but not re-enter. After dinner, Lee brought out a folder. I got this from Calder, she said. Inside was a photocopy of the drawing, the reconstructed parts, not the original. That stayed in evidence. The copy was grainy, creased, and incomplete where rain had eaten the wax and paper. Still, I could see the black car, the purple rain, the red by the leg. The child letters. MARA hit BY car. The adult note had been tested. Derek's handwriting, most likely. He had written it after discovering the drawing hidden with the farmhouse print before Hannah donated it. Calder's theory was that Derek and Norman had argued about whether to destroy it or use it to frighten Hannah into staying quiet. The note meant I was not the intended target until I kept the frame. Unless she keeps it. A conditional threat. A trap that only closed if curiosity did the final work. I looked at the copy for a long time, Lee said, You don't have to keep it. Neither do you. I'm not. Calder said we could see it. That's enough. She took it back, slid it into the folder, and shut the cover. Then she put the folder in a drawer with takeout menus, batteries, and a roll of painter's tape. Ordinary things, necessary things, things you needed when life kept going. Later, when I left, the sleet had stopped. Lee stood on the porch in a sweater, arms folded against the cold. You okay to drive? She asked. I'm taking a rideshare. She made a face. I checked the license plate, I said, twice, 3 times. She started to say something, then didn't. The car pulled up. Silver, not black. Different make. The driver had a dashboard camera and a little pine tree air freshener swinging from the mirror. I sat in the back and watched Lee's porch recede through the rear window. Halfway to Portland, my phone buzzed. For 1 second, I thought of unknown numbers and blank voicemails and the wet sound of tires in the municipal lot. But it was Lee. A photo. The cracked blue plate on her wall. Under it, she had taped a sticky note in her handwriting. Not everything broken is a warning. I smiled, and it hurt a little. Home, I climbed the stairs above the dog groomer, listening to the familiar evening sounds. A television behind one neighbor's door, pipes knocking in the wall. A dog barking downstairs like it had remembered an insult from hours ago. My apartment smelled faintly of dust and laundry detergent. The locks turned cleanly under my hand. Once, twice, I stopped there. On my kitchen table sat a stack of mail I hadn't opened. Bills, coupons, a catalog, a plain white envelope with no return address. I stood over it for almost a minute before touching it. Inside was a photocopy, not the drawing from the frame, a different child's drawing, a house with yellow windows, a woman standing in one of them, purple dots falling from the sky. No name, no note, just a small number in the corner, written in pencil. 18. I called Detective Calder before I let myself breathe again. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.